Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
It is that time of the year, the annual iRacing Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. 1.5 miles of pure joy each lap. How about we go around it 400 times? 600 miles. We're going to take the best drivers in the iRacing service and have them go head-to-head against each other. My name is Dylan Coyle, joined alongside Terry Radford. I don't know what we're thinking having us paired together, but Terry, this is going to be a very fun evening.
Yeah, you talked about the best drivers in the servers. We actually have a Coke driver in Brandon McKissick representing well in the Coke 600, the special event for the open side of things. Probably getting some testing for the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. That happens Tuesday at 9 Eastern Standard Time on eNASCAR.live. But a lot of these drivers were in Road to Pro last night, either in Split 1 or Split 2. Man, oh man. I still don't know. RaceSpot might be a little crazy for putting me and you up here together, but we got 600 miles, 400 laps to burn this thing down.
This is going to be a ton of fun. And the unique thing about iRacing special events is that you don't know who's going to be racing until literally 7 minutes before this current second. And there are some big names, some big drivers. And I know, Terry, you are familiar with a good few of them.
Absolutely. You look at Brandon McKissick right here, eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver. And his resume speaks for itself. Everything he's done in the sim, coming through Road to Pro, going to Contender, getting to Coke. He is very well known with the Pro World Championship license. Just to say the least, he's not the number one driver in this field. It would be Boyd Hogan with the highest I rating that joins us here this afternoon. So he didn't even get a qualifying lap in. He did, but it was not very good. He's all the way back. I think he's going to start 25th. Oh, he knows what he's doing. He'll get up there and make it happen.
Hey, it is a 400 lap race. Let's go through the starting grid. Go 3 rows at a time. Scott Healy starts on the pole with a 29.676. My goodness, I think that's 2 seconds faster than I can even go around this track. Sean Conklin on the outside in row number 1. Nicholas Froman, Johnny Avila, as well as Jeremy Sumter, Jonathan Ashalem, and Terry.
You got Austin Fitzgerald back there in 7th with Paul Bergoli. We understand that name pretty well as well. Joshua Watson, Bruno Mello. He was in last year's Coke 600. Had a decent run there. Edward Scherer and Brad Newman rounds out your top 12, Dylan.
Continuing down the list, Alan Wilson, Jose Acosta, Chris Wilhite, as well as Rob Carl, Ty McWhirter, and Adrian Watts are your first 6 rows.
You go back there to 19th. You got John Whitendorf. I'll say that right all night long.
There we go. We're going to remember that.
Brandon Himmel. You got Matt Hollenbach. Boyd Hogan, the number 1 car in here, did not set a time. Clayton Hoffman, no time. The winner in Split 2 last night, Christopher Matthew Hill. He's got some momentum coming in here.
This is pretty wild. And then in 25th, Brandon McKissick, Latoro Lampardi, Tanner Love, Dylan C. Jones, who, goodness, I've raced with him in real sim racing events. Kyle Perry, Spencer Burns, your top 30.
I'm a big fan of that Spencer Burns guy. Jake Hickson, Hickson, Paul Kovic. I'm so excited I'm messing up names again. Tony Ball, Matt White, David Grantham, and Ty Ippolito.
We've got 400 laps, Terry. We will get to know these names.
We will survive, and I will say I'm not gonna hurt anybody's iRacing IQ. But you see the numbers on the side of the car. You'll see the numbers on the side of our ticker. It is 1 through 36. That is based off of their iRating skills. So is this your first time ever watching an iRacing event here on RaceSpotTV? This is how it goes. 1 through 36 based off of iRating. It's not necessarily based off of skill, but it's how well you have performed in the races that you have succeeded in. The track conditions are phenomenal for racing, Dylan Coyle, and it'll change all night long.
It will absolutely change all night long. It's set for the exact time, the exact date that the real world Coca-Cola 600 will be happening. It's going to be a Sunday, May 28th. You'll look at the track conditions. Currently 92 degrees Fahrenheit on track, 85 degrees in the air. It is 6:18, I should say, not 16 in the time. And you know how long it's going to be before we get that checkered flag? I'll say 4 or 5 hours, maybe less if these guys stay clean. It is the top split after all, Terry.
Well, I don't know. Last year we did top split, and we were here for quite some time. I mean, the race is scheduled to go, if we go green, 3 hours, 18 minutes, and 16 seconds. But let's get this party started.
Scott Healy will lead the field to green. 400 laps. The Coca-Cola 600 is underway. Trouble!
Back.
Wrecking in the back. Kyle Perry says over the radio, what are we doing? Spencer Burns in the 20 machine has spun. Yellow is out. Car's still going quickly, but they'll slow down. Brandon McKissick saying lap 1 out of 400. Boy, you called that one, Terry.
I mean, it's cold tires, and Charlotte all week long has produced, I'm not going to say a chaotic time, but for anybody who's raced it, it has been very chaotic. It's hot. It's slick. Drivers are trying to sell it in there. If you make a pass early on here, you have an opportunity to hold that position for quite some time, and that was just Spencer Burns and Kyle Perry. We'll take a look at the replay here in a second, but it was just two drivers that I believe almost made contact or did make contact, cut him completely off. The 30 does, and the 30 keeps it. He saves it. He keeps it going.
How many spots does the 20 gain right there? Oh, man. And then, of course,
a lot. And then that happens. But the 30 is Jose Acosta. That's a driver we're familiar with in the PRL. That was a crazy move.
Wow. That was a wild move. Almost worked out for Spencer Burns, in the 20. So this is the interesting thing. The numbers we're seeing sometimes on the cars themselves are not exactly the numbers that are matching up with the scoring numbers. So that's going to be something we play around with all night long, as a lot of cars in the back of the field will go into the pits. But already, this is different. This is not going to be like the race you will see. Well, hopefully see. The weather looks horrible in Charlotte right now.
Let's not
talk about that.
Yeah, let's say prayers.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Our hauler drivers have to leave on Tuesday, I believe, for Portland for the Xfinity Series, and there's rain through Wednesday in Charlotte. So let's just ignore that. But nonetheless, this is going to be different from the Coke 600 in the NASCAR Cup Series, whereas there are 4 stages, 100 laps each. This is straight through 400 laps. Nothing to break up except for genuinely intriguing yellows, which could lead to strategy playing out in a different way that we'd see with 100 lap runs. Where realistically, Terry, on a 100 lap run that we see from the NASCAR Cup Series, all drivers and teams have to do is just pit halfway through, make sure you have enough fuel for the stage, and then that's kind of the strategy if it stays green. Here, you can run all the way out your fuel, but tire wear will be important. It's not going to be as horrible in terms of the wear as we would see if this race was a day race, with the track temperatures not melting the rubber, but still something to think about.
Yeah, and I mean the fuel strategy game can start now. You saw drivers come in on lap 3 for their pit stop, and a lot of these drivers, they're the best of the best for a reason. They're in top split for a reason. They're smarter than a lot of other people, and that's why when you go up and down this board, most of these drivers competed in Road to Pro in round 1 and made it to round 2 because of that exact reason. And Boyd Hogan last night in the 16, he was outside the cup line by 90 plus points. He found his way into round 2. So I look forward to him with the momentum and could catapult him tonight to walk away here in a monumental way and get the win. But he loses iRating if he finishes where he's at now. So that's something to carry into factor as well. All of these drivers with a higher iRating is going to lose something if they don't finish in a good spot, or at least the top half of this field.
Isn't that something that's interesting? You usually don't get when we're broadcasting so many leagues. It comes down to iRating is a very important thing for these drivers in the top split. Over 5,000 iRating is the average as they get into the restart zone. Green flag in the air. We're back underway on lap 5 of 400. A very good restart again for Scott Healy. In behind on the outside is Roman Conklin on the inside. Terry, I feel like if you're on the outside, it almost gives you a little bit of room to both conserve the tires and get a good run down the backstretch early on in a run.
Well, unless you're racing with Jeremy Bailey, who completely misses the corner and throws you into the wall. But who's sour about the PRL race on Wednesday? Not me.
Oh, boy.
I didn't have a Coke's painted car or anything, and was happy to run it.
Finished last, and I didn't ask why.
Yeah, I get thrown into the wall from somebody who didn't practice. But you take a look at a lot of these drivers. You see the McConey Setup Shop number 13 right there. That's Jonathan Oslam. Did you know that McConey Setup Shop is the official setup shop of the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series and the College Series as well?
Terry Radford, always willing to give your sponsors a plug in this Coca-Cola 600. We're seeing some of the too-wide action going on as we head into turn 1. A few cars opting to take that third or fourth groove. This is not the widest track, not the widest 1.5 miler that we see on the NASCAR schedule, which I think leads to, a lot of people like to say 1.5 miles are so cookie cutter. But when you race on them, they're really not, right? There's a lot of differences in every single 1.5 miles, how you approach a corner, how you get off the exit, how you kind of just can run free wide at certain tracks, or park your car in the parking lot that is Texas turn 1 and 2. But at Charlotte, something I love is that inside line through the dog lane, which we'll see in just a few moments' time, that inside line disappears into the apron, and you really goes from 4 lanes to 3 very quickly. You don't even want to go 3 wide here, as we see Austin Fitzgerald make some moves in that 31 Chevrolet Machine. Comes from the outside, swings to just around a half groove off the line, and then goes right down to try and get the maximum speed he can get on lap 9 of 400.
Yeah, he just got passed by Boyd Hogan on the outside lane, and no surprise to see Boyd climbing through this field, not putting a qualifying time here with us this afternoon. That Reaper machine, he's very, very deep in what Reaper has, taking them over to round 2 that'll start in September at Mid-Ohio Sports Park with the snake splits there. You look at with Brad Newman, he just got passed as well to fall outside the top 10 early on in this run. It's early. We have multiple stages to this race. I know we don't have stage breaks, but we have the sunlight, the mid, obviously the mid when the sun's going down, the full transition of the sun being gone, and then we've also got towards the tail end of this as well as we take a look at the battle for sixth. Bergoli's got it. Avila wants to get it from Sewer there as he's going to look to the bottom, and he's not going to make it. The 18 stays where he's at.
Well, Shalom is thinking about going down underneath Avila, but that is not the optimal situation for him as we round turn 4. Go down into the dog leg. See what I'm talking about? There's 3 sets of dotted lines, and it disappears into the bottom one, disappears into what is the apex, that blue line with white on the outlines. As there's a really good run here from Shalom. He goes down to the inside, a little squirrely on the exit, trying to take the spot away from Johnny Avila.
Yeah, he's going to make that run, and this is going to get a little tricky as he gets the shot from the back of Joshua Watson. Just tries to push him up. These cars can handle it. It's not that you saw that at North Wilkesboro in the All-Star race. You've seen it in a lot of other places. You can be a little bit more aggressive with these cars. Hogan takes the outside. He's going to try to go 3 wide. He doesn't. He goes down for the crossover. He'll go from top to bottom, try to make this a 2-for-1 specialist. He's going to look at the bottom in 3 and 4. Early on in this race, you got to get all the positions you can potentially get. You can't, just ride. If you just kind of ride in place, well, you're just gonna find yourself there. If you have a fast car early, make it count. And it looks to me that at the 1 of Hogan, he's got it going everywhere. He can go to the bottom, to the top, make it stick.
Almost into the wall.
Almost into the wall, but there haven't been many other drivers making passes in every lane, so that could be something we're going to follow here from lap 14 on.
Yeah, Boyd Hogan is absolutely on a tear right now as he started the race in 22nd, obviously into position number 9. And we join on board with the driver of the number 1 machine, the Canadian, I should say. I don't believe there's a Stanley Cup playoff tonight, so he's all good.
I actually, funny story, raced with him on Xbox. NASCAR Heat 3, NASCAR Heat 4. He taught me how to drive in NASCAR, Xbox competition.
I was teacher.
Yeah, I was in his league quite a bit, but he transitioned to iRacing seamlessly. He came over here, understood the tracks, understood the cars, understood the tire model. It was just all the way around. And once he got with Reaper, it was smooth sailing from there. He's had his ebbs and flows, like every driver in this, competitive circle we live in. But once he got his footing 100%, he really became a driver in every split that you circled. He goes, crap, Boyd's in this race, and you just know that he'll stay very quiet. But I tell you one thing, he taught me the Canadian national anthem, and he taught it to me very fluently.
See, I'm a big hockey guy, so you know the anthem. You know the Canadian national anthem if you're a big hockey guy. As we see this run from Hogan, and he's going to go down the inside right here of Joshua Watson in the number 12.
We got a battle for the lead. Scott Healy just got loose. That right rear tire, man, he's sliding that sucker.
Oh,
he's loose.
Oh, boy. Yeah, he might get past. We might go 3 wide here. Smart to pull out of it from Nicholas Vroman. But Vroman's going to get the spot as well. So we got a new leader once we cross the line. It's going to be Sean Conklin. And Conklin, great job there.
Yeah, and I saw that early when we had an optic shot of turns 1 and 2 on the last lap that we had. Healy was just slideways. You saw the smoke coming off the rear tires. Amazing graphics and physics here on the iRacing spectrum. And if you don't have iRacing, iRacing.com is your portal to the sim world at 40% off of new members. But Healy, he's struggling big time. Early run, he had speed, but he is very, very loose. He's got the speed because he's not the lead car. He's not having to push it as hard. He can kind of just relax.
Well, it's interesting, right? It's almost like you almost sometimes feel more comfortable when you're mirror driving. He's really pinching Roman down to the line, but he got a bit tight.
Oh,
he gets loose again. Goodness me. keep it under control. You know who this is helping? That's helping Conklin start to scoot away from this group. And it's also letting some drivers like Lloyd Hogan get right back involved. Hogan sees all of this and says, let me at him.
Well, the thing is so we're early in this race, and the guy who's leading the race is somebody you don't want to help out either. Sean Conklin is no slouch when it comes to racing here on iRacing. Very decorated driver across this platform, and you don't want to give him too many opportunities to pull away from you, because catching him is going to be a little bit of a challenge. But the good part about this is you see a very wide variety of drivers that's racing in this special event. Bergoli, you got Sumter right here. Vrooman, I actually raced with him on Xbox as well. He was in a very old league that transitioned to iRacing during or after COVID. But a lot of these drivers in here, they picked this up really, really fast, and I would kill for just, I don't know, a fraction of their talent.
I was going to say a 10th. Maybe that was being...
I'll take a 10th. I'm about a 10th off in the PRL. I'll take a 10th.
10th being the percentage, not the, 10%.
The percentage of what I could find in speed. Listen, if I was
a 10th off some of these drivers, I would be racing on iRacing professionally.
If I was a 10th off anybody in this field, I probably would have done contender instead of calling it with a headset on. I promise you that.
That's fair. That is truly, truly fair. The top 9 are under a blanket right now, all within 1 second of each other. Shalom is the first one on the outside, but he is starting to catch up with this draft and this clean space.
Oh, there goes Healy.
Oh, man. Healy saves it.
Oh, what a save.
What a save. He was heading straight for the inside wall, but somehow, some way, the 35th ranked driver in the field who qualified first saved it.
Well, by the way, Jinx, you owe me a Coke, thanks to the Coke 600 and all the amazing people that make it the official fan refreshment of the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. For the 35 to save that car and Scott Healy, once again, he's very good. Just because he's the 35, the numbers don't deceive. It's the battle for the lead. Here comes Nicholas Vroman to the inside of Sean Conklin. Conklin's going to try to pinch a little bit, but not too hard. It's early in the race. Lap 25 coming to 26. They'll drag race just like Split 2 last night, but no contact there. That lap was led by Conklin by 4/1000ths of a second is now Nicholas Vroman. He's going to take the lead with the charge to the outside, and we're almost 3 wide because Hogan's getting the run on the outside too.
Tight.
Oh, he was very tight there.
Yeah, he got very tight. I thought he would have been able to do some more wheel spin to maybe get back on the horse down the back straight and not go back into single file. But again, he has a run. It's just a matter of, is it worth fighting like this for the lead at this current point? I mean, Terry, look at how many laps are left.
Son, I don't care how many laps are left. Just take a look at the replay of Scott Healy just getting loose. Oh, it just stepped out. It just stepped out and almost into the wall he goes. But I don't care what lap it is. I want to lead as much as I can, right? Because if you're able to control the race, you're able to control the pace, you're able to control what line's going to get used, you can manage your stuff better. That clean air plays a massive key in what you're going to do and set yourself up for in this race. But the only disadvantage it has is everybody behind you could short pitch you. So if they short pitch you, then you're the first one to pass it. That's something that Larry Mack always says. The leader's just the first person to pass pit road.
That's a good thing I've never thought of before. But it is true. As we go on to lap 29, everyone in the top 9, single file right now. Spencer Burns is now in the pits, by the way. I believe he is saying he just does not have the pace. He has just left, I think, the server, and he is going to be out of this race. How much of a shame is that for Burns, who really looked to gain a lot of positions from that mess earlier on, and, well, he became the downfall of his own success, right? As we see the fight for first and a battle going on in P19. Bruno Mello right now, the number 27 car, and Jose Acosta, a PRL driver. A little bit of pride to have Acosta in this top split. I'm also, like I said, I'm excited to see somebody like Dylan C. Jones in this race. Not only because the Dylan contingent has been met, the quota for this race has been met, but used to race with him in a real sim racing competition.
I would talk to Spencer Burns for a second. The 20, he's going to lose some iRating here this afternoon. He was the 20 car in this field. He's 36, so that's a substantial amount. You're going to gain a ton of safety rating in here as well if you complete all 400 laps clean and green. These special events that's put on when you have the 100% as Conklin gets loose, Vroman got past there, and Conklin and Vroman are putting it down. I mean, it's 32 laps into this show, and they're putting on a show.
Totally putting on a show right now. And I do want to pose a correction to what I said earlier. What we currently have on screen is without any custom off iRacing paint, so we can keep their numbers as clean and visible as possible so everyone knows who is in what spot, what numbered position. Yellow is out. What happened?
I think that's Acosta or Mello. I just saw them tanking down the board.
Yeah, and
yeah, I got Mello just dropped all the way to 33rd.
As well as Acosta, who had a fairly heavy hit.
There we go.
Replay on the exit of 4.
He came down on him.
Yeah, he came down and
pour up some grass.
PRL driver has a substantial amount to the right side. How will it impact his driving?
Yeah, I mean, these cars are pretty durable, but it's going to take a massive hit. He'll be on pit road for quite some time. I think this will be an interesting choice for a lot of these drivers. I would assume they're coming to pit, and it looks so as if I'm right. They'll come down pit road, and this should add one stop extra into this.
So, everyone coming down to pit road. Is anyone not going into pit road? I think you would
they'd be foolish if they didn't pit.
I agree. It is a long race. Everyone coming down the pit road. Let's see who will get out of there first. Vroman entered with P1. We'll see if that is the way. As you see, the wheels stop turning. Everyone getting 4 tires. Some not taking 4 tires, however. And it seems like Tony Ball and Matt White have taken right side tires and will be the 2 leaders. So 2 of the lowest ranked in this top split, which isn't saying much against them, are going to be the leaders here. I don't hate that call.
Yeah, I don't either. And you talk for the context for the people watching. They have a 43.92 and a 44.33 iRating. Boyd Hogan has almost 8K. He's 79.35. That's a pretty substantial difference. While the talent, what's mine? I think it's 22 something. I also don't race as much as I should. I feel like I could. I've done more practice sessions, which and hear me out, right? And this isn't me, saying I wouldn't have been in top split. I probably would have been in second or third split in this. Right.
Before I get to talking about how I'm mad that you apparently have a higher iRating than me, we see that.
That's why I'm the color.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, the driver knows more, all that stuff, and usually it's color. I get it. Matt White and Tony Ball have come to the pits again. Did they just miss their box completely?
Potentially.
I think that's exactly what happened. So maybe it wasn't two right sides.
Yeah, when I looked, I didn't see a stop next to them, and the stop on the right-hand side of our screen didn't. But no, for real. I had a lot to learn this season, and it's okay if you need to learn. And something that awesome. iRacing did a happy hour yesterday. If you didn't get to watch it, YouTube, iRacing, click on it, happy hour for June. It's showing the stuff that comes out. It shows the new cars. It's going to show everything that will be put in the build. Or you can go to twitch.tv/iRacing. But that AI, how realistic it was. They had 4 drivers that raced yesterday, and the AI swooped up on them. I mean, the AI was perfect. If you're looking to learn, don't be afraid to use the AI. Don't be afraid to tell somebody that you don't know it, and just pick somebody's brain. Richard Regan Jr. has been the biggest teacher to me. Bradley Holly, all of these guys. I mean, I can reach out to Boyd Hogan and say, hey, I need your help. A lot of the EPI guys help me out, and they just don't be afraid to learn, because if you stop learning in iRacing, you're just going to be, stagnant where you're at, and you'll just be fearful for iRating. I just had fun with it. I got to a 3K once, and I was content to tank for a little bit.
Sure, that's not just a life lesson that you're preaching to us right now?
I mean, if you can take it as a life lesson, I'll take it as, every day's a learning opportunity. And, I've learned so much, but, I had to get a little bit more used to my Logitech wheel and pedal set, because, it is the official wheel and pedal set of the NASCAR Cup iRacing Series. You knew where I was going with the plug, and I could just walk it wherever I want.
I know.
I could walk a plug into anything.
Our producer, Hugo Louise, is currently in an empty apartment building. Well, I should say an empty apartment in his new apartment building in Germany, and it sounds like a church. So he's got the church of that apartment, and you've got the church of sponsor plugs.
I'll take that. I'll take that. I mean, hopefully the people who are watching maybe will learn a little lesson. Maybe, who knows, will inspire somebody like we did last year here in this to bring 3 great commentators to the iRacing platform. But pace cars off. Dylan, time to go racing again.
Nicholas Froman is going to get a little bit of a bump from Boyd Hogan as we get going again here on lap number 38, and the yellow is out. Are you kidding
that's a big crash.
Holy moly.
That looked big. One car, but it looked bigger than that. It looked, we had a whole stack up there, and that's the 32. That's Tony Ball.
Actually was not Tony Ball. We'll see on the replay that it was just an accordion effect with Ty Polito, just the unfortunate driver in that accordion effect. It did look like it was a bit of a slow start. So here's something that I think drivers on iRacing never learn from. Look at that huge gap can't really point it out, but there was a huge gap between drivers on the outside, and it is very hard for drivers to lay off the aggression sometimes when it comes to the restart, and unfortunately it leads to situations like that. We're going to see from Ippolito's view. He just kind of spins the tires, hits the car in front, gets hit from behind. I mean, there's not much you can do there. And Scott Healy, by the way, says this is a long race, guys. We got 3 cautions in the first 39 laps.
Well, and I hope that here in a second I'll have 47 people in unison say, Terry, that's the most spot-on thing you've ever said. If people didn't play stupid games at the front of the field in most of these races and officials, and you just bunch it up, and you stay bunched up, you probably won't wreck on a restart. It's one of the most infuriating things, and I'll put myself in the driver's seat. I'll take the broadcaster me and put it to the side for a second. Driver me wants to get right there, not on your bumper, but near your bumper, and I want to time it when you time it. I want the best launch, whether I'm in the 4th, 5th to 10th row. I don't care what row it is, but a lot of drivers have this mentality as if I lag back, 3, 4, 5 car lengths, I can Kyle Busch this start. You're not Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch will come into an iRacing server and probably spank you all race long. I watched him do it in Monday Night Racing. He came in and he just put on a tear, right? You're not him. You're not Kyle Larson. But be the first you. Be the you that can go rip the wall on lap 1, turn 1, but don't be the you that bottlenecks this field just for no reason, and we're on lap 40 and we're caution number 3 because we're checking up on a restart.
Terry, do you just want to name college racing drivers, or? There you go.
I'm not I'm not
you
touching that one.
Yeah, you like that one.
I'm not touching that one because for the past couple of weeks I picked Chandler Smith to win the Xfinity race. I hope he wins tomorrow.
I hope we race tomorrow.
I hope we race tomorrow, but I hope he wins tomorrow. He's not a lock to win it. I'm not saying he's my lock. He's my, pick to win it if I went to Caesar Sportsbooks or something. But I would take Chandler Smith at Charlotte. Just saying, Colic speed. I would actually take Kyle Busch. He's in the field in the 10 this weekend. Mm-hmm. You circle that 10, and circle that 16.
I'll tell you what. Chandler was very happy with the car in practice. Did not feel like there was much that needed to be done. Was a bit disappointed. He definitely said he left way too much on the table on his qualifying run. He'll be starting, I believe, in 10th when the race does happen, with Daniel Hemrick in 11th. I think Kyle Busch is 6th or 5th or something like that.
I wonder how most of those drivers, get practice at a racetrack. I feel like I know the answer. It's iRacing, and I do know the answer. It is iRacing. But
no, it's not. It's not always. It's not.
No,
always.
well, not always. But they utilize iRacing or the simulator for Chevy.
Right, and that's the biggest thing that they utilize. The simulator.
That's iRacing pretty much.
Then it's iRacing.
It's iRacing. The Chevy simulators is basically iRacing.
Pretty much. But, at the end of the day, that 20-minute practice session that the drivers have beforehand does so much. And by the way, we should say why we're talking about college racing. So let's introduce myself and Terry.
You're a weirdo.
I'm a weirdo. I also do public relations for college racing, specifically for Chandler Smith. And Terry, who are you the voice of?
Well, the Carolina Pro Late Model Series and Crate Mods, and the Crate Mods are actually racing tonight in Franklin County. We're going to voice it over, but it was too long of a drive for me to go up there for 62 laps. I would have drove 600 miles there for 62 laps to drive 600 miles back. It wasn't worth it.
I can't say that I blame you. I'm happy that you're with us on iRacing's special.
I would have did this show regardless if I was there or here.
You would be broadcasting both at once. I don't know how you do it. I don't know if you'd somehow clone yourself, the prestige style, but you would do it. You would get it done. How about this? At the front of the field, it's the number 2 and the number 1 on the outside. We go green, back to racing here at the Coca-Cola 600. Hogan, got off to a very poor restart on the outside. Got a shove from Edward Scherer Jr., and the leader is away by around 5 car lengths. The rest, double file.
Good. Double file all the way through this field, and you see a lot of people. Scott Healy came over the radio like you talked about, said it's early. Hogan looks to the bottom. He washed up a little bit, but he got it back down to the bottom. We'll see if the field all the way back can keep this pace going as the 12 of Joshua Watson shoves the 1 machine. The 18 is going to look to the outside. Can he make the pass for third stick as they round 1 and 2?
Hogan.
Oh, boy, it's sending it, son.
He is absolutely sending that thing. And we got a fight for the lead in front. Sean Conklin wants the position back, comes right down to Vroman's quarter panel, does not touch him, goes right in behind. He's got momentum. He had the wider line. He gives a little push to the back of Nicholas Vroman. Conklin wants to that position. Look at who's coming on the outside, though. It's Edward Scherer Jr.
Yeah, he's coming. He's sitting in third place. We got people ripping the outside lane all the way up at the top of this racetrack. You got people in the middle, people on the bottom. And the one thing I love about open setups, and this is more my forte than fixed racing, is the fact that you can make the car drive to you. The car, you don't have to drive to the car drives for you. And you can make some changes in these next-gen cars that makes it just a little bit more racier to you. The Xfinity car, the trucks, you can make the car drive on the right front, the right rear, however you want it. If you want it to slide more, be a little tighter, whatever you're feeling, you can make it work. And right now, the 18 looks like he has that thing ready to rock as he comes through the field. He sits third, and the dirty air hasn't seemed to affect him so far. We'll see how it goes as we progress through this run and maybe the tires start to fall off.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? The tire fall off here, while it's not always massive if you're able to save it, you can definitely feel it throughout the corner. You're going to have to let off the throttle a little bit more. Make sure you get that brake bias going so you can turn it more, as we see one driver up front ripping the outside.
That's Johnny. That's a driver from the Road to Pro qualifying iRacing series. He's got some momentum coming in here as well. He's making that outside lane work, and I've raced with him in multiple splits here. And I tell you right now, you want a guy to give you a good old-fashioned butt whooping on a racetrack. He has lapped me more times than I can count on all 2 hands and feet. Pointers from him. He's got speed, and he's ripping that outside lane, and he's going to look to the outside of Conklin. Conklin tries to block him. He does. He successfully gets it, and that just stopped all momentum. And now the 7 sees what the 6 was doing. To the wall he goes, side by side for the race lead.
All right, so that seam right underneath the wall, right below the wall, it's a half a car length wide. The last time around 3 and 4, he was right on that seam. He's a little bit lower this time, and he's going to try and come down to the apex a little bit more than he was otherwise. He just gained another position up into second with Sean Conklin in the 7, replicating what the 6 of Johnny Avila was doing. Avila still up high. Conklin not continuing that effort, and the momentum's going to go to Avila. I mean, if we see that again in a lap's time, I think we're looking at a different leader. We might be looking at a different leader by the time 3 and 4 is out. Right on that seam again, comes down side by side. They almost touch. The 7 came up a little bit. New leader, Johnny Avila.
He takes the race lead, but for how long does he hold it? The outside lane is been the fastest so far. We can say that officially, as a lot of passes have been made up there. They're able to keep the momentum going. As we ride here, everybody's starting to migrate to the top if you want to find speed, but you have to get back down to the bottom at some point to save just a little bit of the Goodyear rubber that you have. Brad Newman works his way to second as he was side by side with Conklin in the 7. Can he hold it? No. The outside prevailed. He got the run, put the 7 down here. Here comes Boyd Hogan to the outside. We're about to have a 4-way fight for this race lead. We're only a quarter of the way, or not even a quarter of the way in.
Oh, this is good. This is good racing. We are not even close to a quarter, but I'll tell you what, we are over an eighth of the way in.
There you go. You're better at math than me.
Fractions. You know,
I don't know what that is.
Brad Newman, who started in 12th up to 4th in that turquoise blue and dark blue machine in the 9, the Australian and New Zealand-based driver. Of course, the Oceanic division of iRacing. Really putting in a good showing right here. Highest mover out of the top 5 besides Boyd Hogan. I'll tell you what just happened, by the way. Yeah, so Edward Scherer Jr. is in the wall again. I don't know what happened, but I think he completely lost it and has some major damage out of 4. He is slow, and that might be the termination of a really good run.
Let's see the battle right here for second. I got to agree with the comment in the YouTube chat. You might be better at fractions, but I have better hair. Hands down, my hair is better.
Brother, I'm not arguing.
I'm sad we didn't have the cameras on. I got awesome hair and a nice shirt on today. Here comes the battle for the race lead. Boyd Hogan wants it. Johnny wants to keep it. We'll see if the 6 can hold that outside lane on the Reaper #1 machine. Wow. I'm telling you, Dylan, this is better than it was last year at this time in this portion of the race.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is some great racing. Of course, Sarah, you would know about last year being on that broadcast then. I'm not arguing that you've got better hair than me, by the way, as we see Edward Scherer Jr. lose it.
Oh, he just caught the apron barely. And that apron's a monster. That's actually what made Jeremy Bailey and the PRL Wednesdays here on RaceSpot shoot up into me. He caught it, and it's a very fine line, Dylan, straddling that blue line and overstepping it just by an inch. An inch goes a long way here at Charlotte Motor Speedway to either lose a 10th or lose the front nose, or to gain a 10th or 2 off the exit of the corner as the momentum holds. As here comes the battle for second.
I see that the person who said that in the chat was our good friend Richard Wolsifer. He would know. We met all together and had a nice picture at Darlington Raceway. This battle for second is really solid. The 7 again coming up close. I like the tight quarters action that we're seeing as they both go to the extremes of turns 1 and 2. The 1's going to get a better run, but it didn't really hurt the 7 that much.
You know, and it's not necessarily hurting any of these drivers to ride around and fight as hard as they are. I mean, like we talked about a while ago, they are literally some of the best drivers on iRacing, and they're proving it. The Macho Man Randy Savage said the cream always rises to the top. Yeah. And it does. And all of these drivers was at the back, or most of them who had to drive through this field, they didn't put a qualifying time down. They was like, I want a challenge at 600 miles. Let's go for it. And they were able to run side by side, lap after lap after lap, because they can. They race with each other so much in each split. I mean, all of these drivers are literally the same iRating virtually, that they're in the same split all the time, unless a bunch of Coke guys drops in. But here comes the battle for the lead. It's about to be 3 wide as Boyd's going to look up the middle. The 7 accomplice to the bottom. Johnny's all the way up against the wall. Oh, he's loose.
Oh, boy. Somehow, some way, saved it. You saw Brad Newman go really down low. And Boyd Hogan losing another position there. Oh, my goodness. Johnny Avila went down to the apron. Somehow, some way, kept it going again. You know, the tire's hot. They're feeling a little bit warm. They're uncomfortable to race with. And then you go into the next corner after almost losing it completely. You can't expect the car to handle the same way.
Well, and then he goes right back to ripping the wall in turns 1 and 2. You want to talk about confidence? And he's like, whatever. It was a fluke. I didn't mean to mess up there. I'll go to the wall. I'll rip it. You take a look at the replay. He had been ripping the wall quite a ton, and then he goes back down to the bottom. Not accustomed to it. The tires are hot. He's had a bad time. And it is so weird. And Ryko Performance actually comments in the chat, Sean Pockland is 14 years old holding this race lead. You want to talk about talent in the progression of talent in the iRacing spectrum? Look no further than him. You got Tristan McKee, who's no older than 14 years old, racing in iRacing for EPI. There's a youth movement in iRacing, and you know what they always say? Start them young. I got a kid born in October. That kid will be on iRacing by November.
What's the new movie saying? From gamer to racer?
If it works, it works. I mean, no surprise. The youth movement is a good thing in iRacing. To see these kids come out here and have something to do. There are no parks in this country. There are no youth centers in this country. There's not a whole lot of things for the younger generation to do, but to find a talent and to find your niche in iRacing, when you potentially have an opportunity to race for $300,000 in iRacing in the Coke Series, and you can keep that sustained for quite some time, you can have an illustrious career in the sim world and probably be set for life if you just go and win a ton of iRacing events.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. So something that iRacing does so well is that competition side. It's learning that sometimes you cannot get everything to go the way you want just based on your skill. You have to self-preserve. You have to deal with drivers who may not necessarily understand the intricacies of racing with 35 other people in the field. That makes you a better driver. And when you're a better driver in the sim, you start battling drivers who are also better, more aggressive. And it teaches you a lot about racecraft. Now, it's not a replacement for being in the car, just like, you know, Chevrolet sim sessions aren't a replacement for being in the car, but it can teach you a lot. And when you get in that car, you have a head start over somebody who maybe does not. And we also got to mention some of the incredible, you know, technology that is used to scan these tracks, every bump, every crevice, the feeling, the tire model. We have to really commend people who do that for iRacing and really all across the sim racing world.
Well, and I like that you mentioned that. You look at the battle going on right here for third, it fizzles out, but if you look at some of the drivers and the commentators, I'll use it for all branches of what we see. You get a heads up. You get a clear advantage going into some of these tracks that a lot of these drivers had never seen before because you've done it on iRacing. And with there's some stuff that you learn there. The car is different, obviously, in the feel of the seat. Just like the headset, there's a feel at the racetrack that's different. It's louder than iRacing. But it teaches you etiquette. It teaches you racecraft. It teaches you respect. It teaches the teamwork. I'll use Ryko as an example. Ryko has one of the best developmental teams out there. I'll say that. I'm an EPI driver. I like every setup shop out there for what they do for the community. I'm not biased from one to the other. But the good part about all of these drivers and teams is they sit down with them and they're not afraid to hold you accountable. If a Ryko driver goes into an official session and messes up, I promise you the Ryko admins are going to say, hey, dog, what are you doing? That's not our standards. That's not our ethics. You will race by our code. If our logo is on your car, you will race by my guidelines. And that's what makes the community better. As Vroman's looking at Conklin again, Conklin had to learn this. He had to learn it at some point, and he's learned it well as he holds this race lead early into the 600. He potentially could lead the first, quarter of this race. Where's the car going to go as he potentially tries to ride it into the darkness and go 400 laps, 600 miles around here and get this done?
I love that, that mindset where you hold your drivers accountable. There's a certain level of professionalism when you're racing within a team, within an organization that you have to keep, and respect to all those organizations who do that, respect to this battle that we're seeing for the lead. The two of Nicholas Roman looking underneath Sean Conklin, and it's just not working out for him there. But he does have a run, as look how loose Conklin gets on the exit of 2. Down the backstretch into 3. Roman just sits behind the 7 machine and decides to ride it out for another lap try. I mean, there's no pressure, right? There's no... It's
you want to lead every lap, Dylan.
I know. Did you see that did you hear that I knew? I was already anticipating.
You want to lead every lap.
You do. But there's no pressure to burn the rubber at this stage.
Well, I mean, we're 31 laps in this stint. And with the racing, you can kind of feel that the caution is imminent, right? Like you see the drivers on Razor's Edge. You kind of know after doing this for a while, when you're racing like this tight all the way in the back of the field, there's probably a caution somewhere sometime soon. And all of these drivers are going to come down pit road. I mean, Conklin's loose. You got Hogan slip back a little bit. Brandon McKissick's working his way up through the field. Bergoli battle for the lead. Here comes Roman. He's going to get it, but the 7's going to come to the outside down the into 3 and 4.
He's able to clear. Oh, the 7 almost got into the wall. Yeah, the big thing is being able to clear him right there. You clear him, and then you're able to control the narrative up front. They both choose the inside line. This is not allowed the number 5 machine of Christopher Hill to get as close as he wants to. But that's someone we haven't talked about at all in this race as we inch closer to that quarter mark of the Coca-Cola 600, up 21 spots, the number 5 car.
And I talked about it last night, split 2 winner in the NASCAR Road to Pro iRacing qualifying series in the truck. So he was in the C car, and now he's in the A car running the 600. Good. Seat time is seat time. Practice laps in different cars is still seat time. He still understood the track, the changes of the track, the rubber laid down, even though it's a little bit of a difference between the truck, the 18-inch radial tires compared to the 16-inch tires they have on the truck. But he's still here. He's still in this ballpark. He's actually catching our race leaders, or he was. Now he's not ever since Roman got clear. But at the end of the day, you're looking at this. If you're Christopher Hill, he had a photo finish. Man, could we have a photo finish tonight? I don't know if you saw the clip on YouTube or Twitter last night. That was a fight. As here comes McKissick.
So I'm going to tell you the second fastest lap of the race, which again is based on pure 1 lap speed, not overall average speed, which is what matters the most. But a neat little nugget is that Sean Conklin has the second fastest lap of the night with a 31.11. The fastest lap of the night is Christopher Hill. Oh, I'm sorry. My timing just reset. Never mind. Christopher Hill. Let's see. Okay, Christopher Hill does not have the
He'd be the 15th fastest car in the field.
Okay. See, my timing. That's a frustrating thing right there. My timing just weirdly reset. I was going to say that
the fastest car was Edward Scherer at a 30 flat.
And that is what I was going to first mention. That Edward Scherer with a 30.004. That is a time that's over a 10th quicker than Conklin's fast lap. But with Christopher Hill moving his way through the field, and his fast lap being almost a 10th and a half slower than Conklin's fast lap, it really shows that 1 lap speed, I mean, it almost means nothing in a 400-lap race.
Well, that's like right here. We look at Matt White in 22nd. We could flip this race at lap 200. And he could be 2nd or 10th or 5th. You just don't know. A lot of these drivers did not set their car up for the early portion. All they prayed for was a couple cautions. Don't string this field out. Don't get me to green flag pit stop so I don't lose any time. I don't go a lap down.
hello. Welcome back.
There we go.
Some things on our end, but we are back to live commentary here. If you're just joining us, it is the annual iRacing Coca-Cola 600, and we are 85 laps of the way there. Nick Vroman, the current leader, and the top three have kind of settled down their pace. They're okay with currently riding it out for the time being. And Terry Radford, Dylan Coyle, those are the two. We are your broadcasters. Hugo Luis, our producer. It's the three-man band bringing you this 600-mile race, which has already had 3 cautions and some awesome fighting in it.
Yeah, and apologize for the technical difficulties. It's live. It's the magic of live TV. You know, yeah, we'll do it live. Technology steps in the way. Luckily, everything's still smooth and green here. Drivers have technical issues. We do as well, but we're here. We only missed about a lap and a half. Nothing too wild as we take a look at the battles all the way around here. An interesting note.
Wait a second.
We're looking at Boyd.
So we just missed. We'll try and get a replay of that, but Sean Conklin almost completely threw away his race. He went down to the apron. He was so loose coming off of turn 2.
Yeah, but Boyd Hogan here, he's fell quite a ton. Brandon McKissick has worked his way up. We've seen a lot of comers and goers so far in this race. As here's Sean Conklin.
Huge moment.
Oh, there's the moment. Oh, saved it. It's all that matters.
All that matters, and he didn't really lose much time, except right in behind is Christopher Matthew Hill. We're still watching. We're watching Hogan, but now we see this battle for second starting to build up with Sean Conklin and Hill, second and third. Only 2 tenths separate them. This is well within the range to start to get a little bit of a toe if you are in the number 5 machine of Hill. And look, the 7 is really loose, really struggling to get that wheel spin to kind of turn the car, get that slip angle going. Isn't it interesting? It's almost like you wouldn't assume this if you didn't really know much about racing, but you want that wheel spin to happen to get you turning left sometimes, right? What's the old saying in racing? Loose is fast.
Yeah, but I tell you what's about to be even faster, fresh tires. We have now reached the time in the race where strategy is going to come into fruition. I personally would have hoped that somebody had saved a good bit of laps to cut this into quarters, to get us back on, we have the 25% mark, cut it at 50, get to 100, pit again, and pit every 50 laps if you can. We had the caution that came out on lap 34. Caution came out a couple laps later. We went green flag racing again, lap 41. So who are the drivers that are going to pit a little sooner? If I'm in the mid-pack, if I'm right here, if I'm the 24 of Jeremy Sumter, if I'm Paul Bergoli, Chris Wilhite, if I'm Rob Carroll, I am pitting now. If I'm Boyd Hogan, I'm pitting now. If I'm the drivers that have been slipping back in this run, I'm on the push to talk to my team, and I'm going, listen, I am looser than mess. Get me fixed up. I need something. Tighten it up. Make me better on the long run. Lower some air pressure. Lift something. Get me going forward again, because you're just falling. You're between a rock and a hard place here, because if you pit now, you gain time, and then you're going to lose time. But I would rather give up a little bit at the end to gain a ton at the beginning.
You are absolutely on point with that, Mr. Radford, as you usually, well, I don't want to say usually are,
Don't make my ego that big. We
clock is right twice a day, my friend. But
we've got 500 more miles to go. My head, is there.
Brother, we've got just around 450-ish miles to go. So
that's the same, man.
Okay, so let's talk about this real quick. When you are talking about fuel strategy, because that is different from tire strategy, right? Not necessarily at this track. You got to save your tires for around 60 or so laps. 60, maybe a tiny bit more. is the absolute maximum you can go with a full tank of fuel. You know, Cup cars generally get around 85 miles to a full tank of fuel, but I don't know exactly what these drivers are currently dealing with in terms of numbers. Now, when's the last time most of these cars have pitted? You want to know the answer to that, Terry? 60 laps.
60 laps ago.
So, if my calculations are correct, we're about to see some cars heading into the pits any second now. Oh, goodness! The 5 almost completely wrecked out.
I would wait if I was these drivers. I quite literally just go 99 to 100. So
that might not be possible.
I think it is. So when we had 2 caution laps, or we had 2 cautions with 5 caution laps in them. That was a good bit amount to save. There we go. The 7. Yeah. He's loose, and he's on the outside here. He's going to get passed by McKissick. He's also going to get passed by Christopher Hill. That's also what a lot of these drivers are going to stay out for. And it's crazy because the 5 literally just drove back up to second. And, whoa, my gosh. He just caught, the 7. I think the 7 got him loose.
No, that was on, I am pretty sure that was on his own.
The 7 might have took the air off of it.
Oh, that's true. Actually, we didn't see outside, but there actually was some body contact. I don't think this is the same. Yeah, Conklin gets turned almost and saves it, and then the 5 goes right by him. Somehow, I don't know how he saved that. We're really making Hugo, our producer, work for all of his money right now with these replays. But now things have gotten a little bit weird. Vroman has a 2.3 second lead over Hill as we speak. Brandon McKissick a little bit farther back, I should say, with Conklin and Kovic. Your top 5, Paul Kovic, we haven't talked about him, started in 32nd. We see Conklin.
Look at that.
It looked like he just checked up. It looked like the 7 checked up. He mentioned something on the radio about not being too happy about that. However, he did look like he slowed down massively in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, I mean, we're this late in the run. I mean, we're 64 laps in to this stint on the tires. And like I talked about, these drivers are stretching it. So...
There's so many drivers. What are we laughing at? What are we giggling at?
And the drivers are stretching it. I said we could get, you want to get to that 100 lap mark, and here they are. We're lap 100, 65 laps in it. This is when I'm coming down pit road right now. I'm coming in right now. Oh, is Lamperti.
Here's the thing, though. The undercut happened with 2 drivers. David Grantham, who is now a lap down, and Brad Newman, who is cutting his way, slicing his way through the field. Kyle Perry, Matt Hollibach is in the pit as well, but a yellow has come out. Their strategies are ruined, and we don't see the strategy unfold. Who was the car at fault? And I'll tell you exactly who it was. It seemed to be Grantham losing it on the exit of pit road, I think.
And that's tough, but you want to hear who just got the golden horseshoe? I think he drove through his pit box, and he did, so he got it ripped back away. But Chris Wilhite, if he would have finished his service, he would have literally had the horseshoe of all horseshoes.
Does he not, though?
He didn't finish it. Nah, he rolled through, and yeah, David loses it there. And why did he trigger the caution? He was not on the racing surface.
He definitely wasn't. And I also don't understand why Wilhite did not go into the pits.
He would have went a lap down, and so he just drove through. If he would have stopped, he was going a lap down.
Fair enough.
He saved the lap by just driving through the pit lane. If he would have stopped, the leaders were literally in turns 3 and 4, and he just kept rolling. He stops there. He's a lap down. His race then would have been the wave around At least, now he's on the lead lap and he has a chance to drive through this field. But perfect timing for the caution, because pit stops were really starting to come upon us. I mean, we started to see drivers come in, but granted, they wasn't going to be domino effectors. They weren't going to, make Vroman go, I got to pit because this guy in 15th pitted. But I'll
tell you who this affects the world. This affects Brad Newman horribly, because he was fighting for the top 8 as the winner off pit road. Who was that? It's going to be
Healy.
Actually, it's Nick Vroman who wins off of pit road in the number 2 machine. I will say this hurts Newman, and he was fighting in the top 8. He was the first car lap down. He'll get the lucky dog, but he'll have to start at the tail end of the field. And as we speak, that basically means he's going to start in not 35th, but pretty much 35th in terms of 34 cars in front of him.
Well, and he didn't, no offense, but he didn't lose much in this exchange. Would he have? I mean,
he was fighting for the top 8, though. And his strategy, if it played out, he would have gained quite a few positions, in my opinion. The undercut is always the way to go.
I don't mean it like that. I mean it like he would have lost a little bit on the longer run if we stayed green. But that's the risk you run when you come down pit road. Right. First.
No, you're absolutely right about that. I am surprised that was the reason we had the caution. I mean, we talked about that as well. Nonetheless, pretty much everyone is back on the lead lap, either by wave around or lucky dog, which is honestly really impressive. Really, really impressive. Which also shouldn't be surprising, just based on the fact that these are the best oval drivers in a stock car on this service. Not just in a stock car, let's be honest. This is the oval iRating.
Well, and I wouldn't say the best, because if you want to watch the best, Tuesday night at 9 Eastern, you catch Blake McCandless and Evan Pasoko on eNASCAR.live for the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, where the best of the best compete for the $300,000 payday that'll come out at the end of the year to the champion. These are the drivers who are the best of the rest, other than McKissick, who obviously is there in the Coke Series. But a lot of these drivers racing in round 2. By next year, we might be calling the 600 with them, with the World Championship banner sitting on the top of it.
Not wrong about that. We are over a quarter of the way. There you go. There you go, Terry. If you want to use your numbers, we are absolutely over a quarter of the way now. You know how many miles?
Math hurts.
I was just going to ask you how many miles, but I know math hurts. We are 157 and a half miles into this race.
I would walk 500 miles and then I would sit down for 500 years. Well, at least when people finish watching the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, they'll have more racing to watch. They come over here to RaceSpotTV and keep us company. As Carson Hocevar looks like he's leading that race over there.
Yes, he's doing a really good job there.
Not a big fan of his.
It has been a crash fest, I will say.
I'm surprised he hasn't caused 99% of them.
Oh, boy. Not touching that with a 37.5-foot pole.
Well, yeah, I mean, somebody could clip it. I don't care. He wrecks too much.
I'm not touching that. Anyway.
Sorry.
As we get back to the start-finish line, it's going to be lap 106 of 400. Green flag in the air. Nicholas Vroman leads the way, as he has for the majority of this race. But right behind him is Chris Hill. Hill, followed by Brandon McKissick in the 10 car, and Sean Conklin in the 7. The top 4 have started to break away ever so slightly.
Yeah, top 4 starting to pull away. What I found interesting in that last run was Brandon McKissick. He was able to drive through the field, started very deep in this 36 car pack, and pulls up to third. It took him 90 plus laps to do it, but he got there, and he got in this top 3 to now put himself in contention. I know we're 100 miles into this event, but it's going to get a little bit crazier because you see the sun starting to give the yellowish tone over the Charlotte Motor Speedway. The temperature of the track's going down. That means the intensity level's picking up because they know they're inching closer to the end of this race. Once we get into full darkness, we're almost done by that moment. We have about 100 miles to go on that one. So, one pit stop means the world to a lot of these drivers, and we'll see how long they stretch this stint here.
The cars have accordion affected themselves back into close quarters action for the lead as Vroman is getting pressured. He is not the fastest car on these fresh tires. There's a block to the 5, who's right on his rear. The 5 has to check up. McKissick checks up. The 7 has to check up. Everyone checking up, because right now it's the Vroman vehicle who is in the lead, but not for long. They're side by side for the lead. Chris Hill will take it, and underneath Vroman goes Brandon McKissick. Now Sean Conklin looking to make him lose 3 spots in 1 quarter. How about 4 spots over the course of 2 quarters? Vroman went to leading this race, and then on 1.5 miles, he's in 5th.
Yeah, I mean, 4 spots is, the amount of items you can get in the 4 for 4 at Wendy's, for heaven's sakes, as he drops through this field. Told it like I called it like I saw it. The temperatures are starting to come down. The cars are going to handle it a little bit different. You're also going to have hard chargers that come through this field. Driver to the outside right here, battling for that 4th place position. Is that I believe that is Jeremy Sumter. Yeah, and the 24 goes the outside. It's
24, Jeremy Sumter, like you were just saying, totally misjudged the corner and put his left front into the right rear of Josh Watson. They're all good. And now the 2 gets into the rear of Sumter. Yeah, these cars, I think they're dealing with the changing conditions and drivers that are at the same level as them. I mean, listen here, Terry. We're on lap 112. 33 of the 36 drivers are still in the lead lap. That is so impressive.
I like Ryko's comment. They can all go burn them up. Go out there and light it up like Cheech and Chong, man. Have a good time. I mean, we're 9 laps into this stint, and we've already seen drivers take that outside lane, lay some of the fastest laps down that we've seen in this race so far. Watson threw a 30.188 down. He's charging through this field. He's trying to get to the front and stay up front. I tell my people that are my employees all the time, you have to work really hard to get to a spot, but once you get there, you have to work twice as hard. And right now, with the way these drivers are racing these cars, by the time they get there, their tires are going to be so burned up, hell, they're going to be sliding all over this racetrack.
Who stands to benefit then if this goes green for another 30, 40, 50 laps?
Oh, if you're asking me off the top of the head, I'm looking right there at the 2 of Nicholas Vroman. He's saving. There is no way that the speed of that 2 car.
Are you sure?
He's having to charge at the moment because the driver's in front of him. The 24's thrown blocks like Ross Chastain so far in this race. And the one thing that you learn in officials is if you race them like crap, they're going to race you like crap back. Just the number on the side of your door ain't nothing if you race them with respect. He threw the block on Vroman. Vroman ain't the one you throw blocks on. I would put him in.
Pass for the lead.
There it is.
And a little bit of a shove. Yeah, Kovic is getting shoved into the lead by Chris Hill. And Joshua Watson charges underneath with a bit of a slider. The 28 of Kovic right behind falls in tail. Lap led, Joshua Watson. Homer Goldie, by the way, said something that I floated out there just a few laps ago. He said, and I quote, "These checkups are crazy." And I agree.
And I'll go back to what I said about Vroman there. If you throw a block at him, he's not afraid to punch you in the mouth, and he will punch you in the mouth at the front bumper. And that's honest. He was like that on heat. He's like that in iRacing. He's not afraid to give you a little bit of a tap back. He's not a dirty driver. He's a very respectful driver, but you better race him with respect too. And that goes for a lot of these drivers in this field. If you ever make it the top split and you see some of these drivers, just race them like they're normal people. Race them with respect. Don't go in and have to wreck them to beat them. You're not going to gain 1,000 I rating. As here comes Kovic. He's looking underneath Watson there to the low side. Kovic charged from the back. Here he comes. He takes the race lead. Lap led for the 28.
Lap led for the 28 by just 1/10 of a second. He led a lap not long ago. And we'll see if this is the way it'll stay, because it has settled down just a little bit for the first and second spots. Chris Hill has fallen just a little bit off the pace, around 15 car lengths behind Watson for third and the final step on the podium. It's not as crazy as it once was, but it is starting to get a little bit crazier, because there is one driver that we don't see on screen right now that is pushing his way through the field, and he's got a big old number one. And he almost just wrecked out the 35, by the way.
Yeah,
My word, we got a potential pass for the lead. Sorry to cut you off there, Terry.
No, you're good. I was just about to talk about that. As the 12 of Watson, I don't know necessarily if they're driving as hard as it looks. As I say that, they, slide up the racetrack a little bit, but I don't know why you would push so hard, as the 12 does take the race lead here.
Because you want to have the lead. You want to have the lead, Terry.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying, you can have the race lead and back it up. You look at what Christopher Hill, McKissick, Bergoli, Conklin, what they're doing. You can hold this race lead and back that pace down, right? It's not full on go the whole time. If you burn the tires off, you're just going to look like a... I can't say that. I can't say it.
No, you cannot.
I can't. You're going to look foolish.
But don't say it.
I finally learned the filter that Hugo told me to learn. It took a while. It took a while to get that filter to sit in there, but you're going to look foolish. You burn the tires off this early in the run, you'll slide through this field. You could potentially be the one that brings out this caution. Then you just drove 122 laps around here for what? To finish 35th?
399 laps and then finishing 35th.
Yeah.
A horrible day. A horrible night. As we have just hit... we're about to hit 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the real world. In Sim, however, we are about to hit 7:36 p.m. And that sun is definitely starting to set the 33. How did he save it and keep the foot in the throttle?
Pure talent. That's the only way to say it. Pure talent. Only 2 degrees. Only 2 degrees in the track temp lower.
Matt White with Code Brown.
I tell you, that was scary. It was for the drivers behind him too.
Oh, that was where that's the scarier part, being a driver in behind that situation. As Matt White leads the contingent of Dylan C. Jones, Alan Wilson, Rob Carl, et al. We've got a potential pass on the outside up front with the number one machine. We see all of them just storming on through. Number one is flying right now. Hogan really wants to get back up in this conversation. He's going side by side with Conklin, with McKissick. He's running up that high line. Running up that hill, I almost said. Gets a little bit loose. I will say, driving at Charlotte, Turn 2's wall is very forgiving in that it doesn't just come out of nowhere like some tracks walls do, like Dover or Darlington. It kind of eases into it. So you really got to try and hit the wall.
I guess the question that I would ask, and I get the hopefully the chat helps me out here. Didn't you learn that lesson earlier? If you're a lot of these drivers in that third lane, like, didn't you learn the lesson that your tires were gone once you did it for quite some time?
I thought you were about to ask me if I learned the lesson about hitting the wall and all that. Because I was going to say, I made it easy to hit the wall.
All you got to do is ride it and you'll hit it. But the thing, like I said, the lesson in the first run.
Chris Hill. Did you see that?
Yeah. What did we learn in this? It's like school's in session, and we're 20 laps into this stint. How long can he hold the pace in the third lane?
He's right on that seam with his left side tires on that first seam. There's only two, so it's the innermost seam through corners 3 and 4. Moves up into second with the 5 and the 12 fighting side by side. Chris Hill trying to pinch down Watson, and it's going to help him get clear for position number 3. 5 has some speed. We've seen that. We have seen a little bit of over-aggression from these drivers so far in this race. It's a miracle that we've seen so many Kyle Busch at Daytona in the Bud Shootout in, 2011-esque saves, where you kind of use the apron. Maybe it was 2012. You kind of use the apron to, reorient your car and get it going straight. It is pretty impressive what we have seen as we watch with a lot of excitement this battle going on for not just the second place and third place cars of Boyd Hogan and Chris Hill, but you know who we've completely forgot about? See that car in front? Paul Kovic.
Yeah, he ran it.
He's been perfect.
Yeah, but he ran an exact lap time as Chris Hill right here, and I think over time, I'm not discrediting what Paul Kovic did, so any Kovic fans out there, I don't want your hate mail, and if you send it to me, I'll send it right back. How much did he do to the tires?
Send it to me. I want to hang that up.
He that time was a 10th off of what Christopher Hill just ran. Did he burn it up? Look at Boyd Hogan. Did he burn it up? He was a 31-1. Everybody else is in the 31-0s and 38s and 37s. Did they learn in that first 100 laps of what to do and what not to do? And I know I get it. Hindsight's 2020. I get to see the runs that you do. I'm not judging you. All of you are 2,000 iRating above me. It's not my job to do that one, but the trends that I see is the trend of you rode the outside lane and you have to make positions. I'm not discrediting that. Your fastest way to do it is to drive up there, hope for a caution pit, be on the same cycle, track position saved. And that's more than likely Boyd's idea, is to run the outside wall, get the spots, caution comes out, everybody's pitting on 30-lap old tires. It is a fact that that's going to happen. But if you run the race like what you see with Sean Coughlin, what you see with McKissick, what you see with Roman, they just like, okay, you guys go up there and burn them up. I don't care. Have fun. I'll see you when I pass you on the bottom. And that's what they're doing. 30 laps into this stint, and they're still running consistent 31 flats.
The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race just ended. So if you're tuning in, hello and welcome to the Coca-Cola 600. We are currently watching the battle for third, but you want to hear what I'm listening to? I'm listening to some drama going on in the back of the field with Kyle Perry, oh yeah, and Brendan Heimel. And they're mad at each other because it seemed like Perry just got loose and got into Heimel No harm, no foul. They're going, but they're mad at each other. And, it's this back of the field running right now, which we still got to remember. These are not bad drivers. Oh, we're seeing 3 wide. That was a perfect tune-in right here as the 3 wide action goes with Tony Ball trying to find his way through these drivers. Tony Ball, of course, one of the 2 that missed their pit box on the first, full pit cycle under yellow. We thought they had taken, or at least I thought they had taken 2 right side tires. Oh no, or they're hitting each other again. This was the perfect tune-in spot, wasn't it? Kyle Perry not happy.
I'm a big fan of the beef.
Me too.
I mean, I know this is going to sound awful. Hugo, I'm sorry. The filter will come off for a second.
No.
When you're slow and you're in the back and you're racing against people that you don't feel like you should be racing against because you don't have the pace to go run up front, you're probably going to be mad. And then when something doesn't go your way, you're going to get even more madder. I'll say it. I'm guilty of it too. That my push to talk button sometimes has to get muted. I have to mute it because when I'm running in the back and I'm not having the race that I thought I was going to have, and I'm in top split and I don't belong up there because they're just blowing the doors off of me at Texas, and nobody's cutting me a break. They're like, we know who you are. You're a commentator. You said some mean things about me a week ago. Oh, bam, in the wall I go. So my push to talk button doesn't necessarily need to get touched.
I don't know if I would love to be in that same session where they're like, hey, you said something about us, and puts you in the wall. I think I would just kind of laugh at that point.
Oh, man, you'd be surprised.
If I was me in that session with you, I would laugh.
You would be more surprised at how many people will recognize your name and recognize your voice and be like, hey, you did such and such league a year ago and you called me a hack or something, and they'll wreck you, or they'll race you 10 times harder.
I'll show you a hack.
I'll show you hack job out here, and you just laugh it off. You just take it and kind of have fun with it. But I learned something in that. Like, it was a lesson of the day, right? Like, you learn something at the end of the day where you go, hey, what can you do to fix it? How much faster can you get, right?
I do enjoy hearing when people have beef against you, Terry. Somehow it comes up a lot where people have beef against you for whatever reason it may be.
Listen, I very rarely get a beef against me because a lot of people take what I say and go, wow, you actually said it authentically. I don't hold nothing back. I try not to. Because if I'm giving you a fan's perspective of the race that I'm watching, I'm looking at Paul Kovic. I was completely wrong, and I apologize to Paul Kovic. I'm honest enough to admit that I was wrong. Kovic backed that pace down, drove his way to the front, charged it up there. He's now one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack, and he's pulling 1.2 seconds on Chris Hill. We're 40 laps into this run, and the pace that he's setting up front was the pace that I talked about with getting the clean air, taking command of this race. He made an adjustment or something under that pit stop that we had 39 laps ago, and there he sits.
Yeah, he has been flying. His last lap of 31.08, while Chris Hill's 31.139 is obviously not at that same level. Kovic's definitely been impressive. The real question is, we are 40 laps on this stint. Oh boy, as we cut back to some of the action going on in the traffic. We are 40 laps into this stint. We know we've got around at most 25 laps to go on this full tank of fuel with these tires. We've gone through 2/3 of the run, 2/3 of the stint. Will the final third be anything different?
I don't know how to answer that.
I've never heard you speechless, Terry.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know how to answer that question. I know that's weird.
Yeah. It's something we're just gonna have to watch unfold and see what happens now. Kovic just set a lap time that was a tenth and a half slower than Chris Hill's.
Well, and so here's why I say that it's hard to answer. Because the notes that I had from last year's Coke 600 that me and Taylor Burris did on here on RaceSpot is different than this next gen car. The updates through the season, you know, the new build that we had, the track condition, the tire model, all of the factors, the weather was different. We saw the drivers go 62 laps on the tank of fuel in the last stint, and now they're in this stint 43 laps into it. As the sun goes down and the track temp goes down, and I think I said that twice, I'm sorry, it's tired, it's 10:41 Eastern. When everything starts to smooth its way out, it's going to kind of go, and, well, I apologize to Paul Kovic fans out there, and then, well, I'll be darned, 44 laps into the run, and he is 3/10 off. He had 1.2 seconds. He now has a 4/10 of a second lead over Christopher Matthew Hill. I'm not going to say it's kind of like I told you so, but I told you so.
So, and I'm really breaking out the astronomical nature of...
What did you just say? Astronomical?
Astronomical.
Okay. I was just making sure I heard that correctly, that Dylan Coyle used a big word.
I'll use another big word, and that's, well, not really a big word, just a word you haven't heard. Terry wins.
Classy.
That was 2 words, by the way. It was more the win. It was more the win. How about victory? How about...
how many official wins do you have?
I got a few.
How many?
I said a few.
What's a few?
I said a few. Okay, cut it out.
I'll take my 10.
Oh man. Okay, that's a few more than me. How many races though? We could go. You want
to get statistical broadcast wise in battle of the broadcasting here?
Battle of the... I could beat you at this track if I needed to race you.
You could?
Yes, absolutely. We're gonna do that after this. Anyway,
I only have 282 starts.
I've got... Actually, our numbers might be, or percentage-wise, might be completely dead on even. We'll get to that in a second. Right. I did want to mention, 10:15 is around when we're gonna have total nighttime fall here over for this track in Concord, North Carolina. It's currently 7:50, so we still have 2 hours and 25 minutes of racing action to go before we get to the point where it's completely dark. Now, sunset is 8:26, and this is using actual data for May 28th, 8:26. Again, in the sim, it is 7:50. So we're 36 minutes away from when it is classified as sunset, and the sun goes under the horizon. Temperatures are going to keep falling. Actually, I will say this: the temps rose a little bit. It went
so you
what
have
it was 92 degrees at the start, went to 89. Now it's 91 again.
So here's the fun fact about the planet, and iRacing did it very graciously. When the sun starts to set, it's one of the hottest parts of the day because the sun's rays are the most effective that they are. So you're actually heating at that moment. And that's what we're getting here. It's the same thing when the sun comes up in the morning. It's the coldest point that it will get.
I love that. That just makes it easy. Just makes it easy as we see a potential pass going on here. The 24 machine involved in this. We're currently watching a battle for position. Well, I should say positions. 4 through 10, something like that.
I want to keep the battle up here. I want to hear those stats.
Oh, the broadcast stats.
I want to hear your stats. I want to hear.
I gotta find.
Riley's Dylan Jones. Oh, and around goes the 8. Paul Bergoli saves it.
No
Keeps
caution.
the caution. The 13 gets in there. Oh, good. That was 2 separate incidents. Paul Bergoli starts to go around, and then we also had Dylan Jones almost lose it right there as well. Saved it. But that would have been crazy because they're 52 laps into the stint. It would have continued on the trend of every 50 laps pitting.
It doesn't kill Bergoli right here, though, because it's almost like he's slowed down to come into the pits anyway. So Bergoli is going to use that incident as a point to really go in and get a pit stop and maybe use this undercut to a massive advantage. But he needs it to stay green for around 13, 14, 15 more laps until everybody cycles. By the way, your win percentage is, as we get a replay here, just comes up. It's hard to tell from that angle, but it looked like 13 just kind of came up onto Bergoli. Your win percentage is 1.15 higher than mine.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. Okay.
My lap leads too. I mean, I'm almost to 1,000 laps led in iRacing, which is a massive achievement considering the strength of fields I'm normally in.
I can't wait to beat you. Anyway, we watch again from this angle. Yeah,
he just turned him.
And somehow, I will say this for the 13 of a Charlotte. He almost saved him from turning completely, right? He made a mistake, and the thing where you can almost just kind of like help him reorient himself and get him back into shape. I could be wrong, but I almost feel like the 13 knew he messed up, and then kind of helped get him back to a point where he was just turning or heading straight down the backstretch.
Yeah, no, I'm with it. I mean, you look right here, we got this battle going on. 12, Watson almost got loose there and took out the man on the bottom. Yeah, hold on. I think we missed something here. It's not often that this is 2 nights in a row that I've missed something big. Paul Kovic is out of this race 11 laps down in 34th position. He's about to get passed by Edward Scherer for the 34th spot to put him to 35th. So something has happened to Paul Kovic. I appreciate
he just left.
He's gone. I appreciate you to Havoc out there in the chat. We missed it. I was looking at the board. He was gone. He just left.
Happened. He just left. He went to the pits and just exited the race.
Maybe he just said, I don't want to be here no more. Straight up not having a good time, dog. I just left.
Okay, so that's why we didn't notice it, because it was so...
We thought it was a pit cycle.
I'm speechless now, because there's nothing we can say, because he just went into the pits and shut it down as the 12 almost runs the man up into the wall. Is that Dylan C. Jones right there?
That is. Yeah, Jones pushing back inside the top 10. Now we got Bruno Mello. Bruno had a little bit of an issue early on in the race, but has rebounded very nicely to be fighting inside or to the top 10 potentially if he can get around Joshua Watson. He'll go to that outside lane with 55 laps on the tires. A lot of drivers are still hunting for some grip.
All right, so here's going to be my prediction here. If we stay green through this pit cycle, Paul Bergoli will be the leader.
Is that a spoiler or a prediction?
That's a prediction, and
you don't want to. You don't want to Paul Heyman it, but so you don't want to be Paul Heyman.
Okay. Oh, Paul Heyman, wrestling, all that. My friends love wrestling.
I will give a spoiler. I'll play the Paul Heyman side of it. We will have a caution before the leaders come down pit road.
Well, I will say this. Bergoli is just now half a lap back of the leaders who are on 61 laps on their current stint. I mean, we go 5 more laps, Bergoli's the leader for sure. I'm telling you now, right now.
I disagree.
If we get 5 more laps,
I still disagree.
You're crazy.
I'm going to disagree with you no matter what you say.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Let's just call what's going on then.
You could tell me the sun's starting to set at Charlotte. I disagree.
I know you're going to disagree. I know.
What kind of color would I be if I just agreed with you the whole time?
Huh?
What kind of color guy would I be if I just agreed with you the whole time? I would be boring.
Stephen A. Smith approach here. Anyway, exactly. Chris Hill, still your leader by 2.7 seconds, 2.6. It's fluctuating. Vroman, Conklin, McKissick, they are separated by just around half a second between them. They're under a blanket right now. They're 63 laps into their stint. That's massive. That is just that's insane. Pit delta in the lane, by the way. 37 seconds, a 14-second stop. Ah, man, it's gonna be really tight. I just think Bergoli's gonna take the lead out of the pits.
I would love for you to be right for your ego here.
We've got some pitters here. Some pitters of note, I should say. Josh Watson, Chris Wilhite, as well as Kyle Perry in the pits. Boyd Hogan in the pits. It's time. So these drivers can make around 64, 65 laps. Of course, some of those laps are under yellow flag conditions. So let's be fair and say they can go around 61, 62 laps total, if that's stretching it a little bit, if it's all green flag laps. The big thing is, where is Chris Hill? Chris Hill's last lap time was a 31.51, and Paul Bergoli's lap time was a 37.13 going through traffic. So, I mean, this is the case of, will the undercut work? That is really what it comes down to. I don't know if it will. I think it will, as we see more pitters. Look at that, it's the 7. What?
I'll quote The Rock for a second. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you think.
Oh, man.
Dylan, the undercut will work.
Oh, Hill's in the pits. Hill is going to get a speeding penalty. You see that smoke?
I do, but he has to have the pace. He has to have the pace to take this race lead. If he takes it, he's got to take it for a long period of time.
Wait a second, Terry. This is huge news right here. Under green flag conditions, no, Hill is not getting a penalty there, but he did go in very hot into the pits. He has the left sides on, and he is away. I do want to see.
No. Because I have the stat. You said that Paul Bergoli was going to take this race lead, right?
I said I think.
You said you think. And I said it doesn't matter what you think. And I seem to be right. So thanks, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, for the greatest line in professional wrestling history, that it doesn't matter. Because Paul Bergoli is not going to have the race lead once we come back, potentially, as Christopher Hill will hold it, unless he gets past here.
I mean, I'll tell you what did happen, though. Bergoli cut down a ton of the difference. He totally cut down a ton of that difference right there. And they're one position apart. And in terms of the gap between those two drivers, right now what we're looking at is 2 seconds. So, hey, he was 2 seconds away from doing it.
No, and I know, and I love you, and I'm glad that we can.
You should see my behind the scenes broadcast right now, because I'm a little mad at you, a little angry.
Is it because I was right?
I mean, yeah. I don't like when you're right and I'm wrong. Oh no, the 17 is turned and he's gonna go across the infield. Weitendorf, he saves it, does a 360, maybe a 720. No caution.
What a save. Oh, he's got to clean the tires off. Give him a second. He's got a lot of grass on him. This isn't Spa.
Holy cow. By the way, some of these stints have gone to 70 laps. That's a lot of laps.
Well, they're pitting now. Let's back up. They're pitting now. They were hoping that was a caution, Dylan. They wanted the 17 to be the caution. They were going to stay out.
Well, the 17 almost just was the caution. Almost got rear-ended right there. Watch this. This is the 9 of Newman behind. I mean, both of them just kind of missed the corner exit, and they just sandwiched into each other right there. And
I could use a sandwich.
Peanut butter and jelly, peanut butter and fluff.
Peanut butter and jelly. It has to be
classic.
Peanut butter and jelly. If we do a
How
fan
about jelly
immersion,
and butter.
Oh, stop it! Please stop it. Stop.
What? You know, my superstition in hockey, my hockey days in high school was
Look at it again. Look at this.
Yeah. Bagel and soda, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, it kind of just turns him right there, actually. So what we saw from the in-car camera doesn't tell the whole story, of course. And the 17,
monster car sliding in the monster grass.
Is that just poetic?
It is.
He
hits the monster logo perfectly, spot on. And but Paul Bergoli
is in second.
I'll circle him. I'll give you props where props is due. Paul Bergoli cut a ton of time down, but there is a but. He's a Florida person.
Oh, goodness me. What does that mean to you?
They fight gators with, overalls on, and they got a piece of wheat in their teeth and a straw hat.
So here's what's going to happen. And again, you want to Paul Heyman it? I'll give you the script. He is losing time to
of course he is.
To Sean Conklin right now. In fact,
he's only a half a second slower.
He's only a half a second slower. Remember, though, he's on approximately 15 lap older tires, which, depending on how long we stay green here, could come into play. There are 30 cars on the lead lap. And this green flag run has been long.
All we need for Paul Bergoli right now is a caution. That's all he cares about is a caution. If we don't get it, I mean, he's got a decent amount of time. That's going to separate him to Sean Conklin. So, I mean, he has some time. So Conklin's not necessarily, cutting down the tree. It was a 31.115 for Bergoli. For Sean, it was a 30.494. 15 lap fresher tires for one than the other. But like I said, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. Sean gets by, puts him to third, 2 seconds, or a second-ish to Brandon McKissick. He just needs a caution. The net gain of 5 at the moment, that's a win. That's a massive win. That's a massive win. One dub, position. A dub's a dub no matter how you get it.
Dub's a dub. A dub is a dub. I don't like how I'm ending on the losing side of all of our battles tonight, Terry. Not liking it whatsoever. I'm not going to like it in September when I'm in the booth with you in a Carolina Pro Late Model race.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is I'm not going to say I'm a better driver, but the stats line up for me.
Listen, I saw your stats. You got 8 wins last year. I've had 20 races in the last 2 years, buddy.
I can't help it. I mean,
Jake Hickson, the first time we're talking about him in this race in the 21. He is currently in a battle right now with Jonathan Ashalem, who gets a little bit loose off the exit. We've talked about Ashalem a lot in this race.
For the wrong reasons.
For the wrong reasons. Most of them falling backwards. He has some good one-lap pace. He started 6th. In fact, here's a weird statistic. The driver's currently sitting in 15th to 18th. In that order, 1st, 5th, 7th, and 6th were their starting positions. So Only out of the top 14 drivers, only 4 of them started in the top 10.
You remember when I said comers and goers were going to be a big trend in this race, and the drivers who did not put a qualifying time down was going to come up through the field? Here we sit, and there they go. Hey, there's another Bergoli fan out there. Surfer Punkit is a Paul Bergoli fan, so
hey, there we go.
Cheering on the 8 any way we can. There's Vrooman, who led a good majority of the early portions of this race. Just got around Joshua Watson there for the 5th place position. He's trying to track down that 8 machine that is on an alternative pit strategy. That is not where he will end up unless a caution comes out. I hope people have kept along with this. That's what it will be.
RaceSpot.tv/timing if you want to follow along with what we're seeing in terms of stint lengths and the intervals, the gaps between the drivers, their last lap time, their best lap times, their pit lane lengths of time, their stop times, everything you could want from this race and statistics. Yes.
Dylan Coyle's iRacing stats is probably on there somewhere.
Buddy,
I'm sorry.
Did you win in a league before? I didn't think so.
Man, this is real good racing out here.
Got him! Wow, for once. My goodness. You are right, though. It is really good racing. With Chris Hill still in the lead, and he's just extending that gap. Is there a driver that potentially is as good as him on the long runs in this race? We haven't seen anything to say against that yet.
No, we really haven't. I mean, we've had a lot of mid-pack racing in this, and I do like that you brought up a very interesting point, that we do have 30 cars that are still on the lead lap. That is phenomenal. Through green flag pit stops, we've had one cycle of green flag pit stops commence without the caution coming out. A couple drivers got trapped that lap down based off of issues. John in the 17 in 31st, he got trapped a lap down because he got spun through the infield. He lost about 3 seconds, and he was falling there at that time too. But the fact that these drivers are still racing in contention to win this portion in the race is phenomenal. But I do want to circle Nicholas Vrooman in the 2. He pitted 10 laps ago. He has the tire advantage, but he has a ton of time to make up too.
Yeah, he has the time to make up. The advantage is great. It's weird, right? Where it's that trade-off is so massive. That's why sometimes you see in let's just say Formula One, right? Two tire strategies versus one tire strategy. I'm sorry, 2-stop strategies versus 1-stop strategy come into play, and sometimes the 2-stop strategy is not as crazy as it seems because the difference in sticker tires, fresh tires, sticker tires in NASCAR is so massive that it becomes an easy decision, or at least a difficult one to make. We're seeing a great fight on your screen right now, and this is happening way back in the pack. This is a battle right now for 23rd position, currently held by Kyle Perry. Johnny Avila, the eNASCAR driver, has just passed Clayton Hoffman for position 24. If we stay green for as long as we have, pretty soon the leader and the lead pack are going to come across some really heavy battles in terms of lapped cars. We have not seen that in this race so far. As the 6 goes underneath, I think that was as big of a push arrow-wise as you possibly could have had. The 19 will let the position go. The 4 of Clayton Hoffman will take over that position as well. And here's the reason why you might have seen Perry just say, just go ahead, 7-lap tire difference there, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it definitely becomes a lot at a certain point before the fall off is, where the fall off is massive, then give it another 7 laps before the fall off for the other drivers get to that same point.
Yeah, and we're coming up on halfway.
Sunset is coming up too, by the way. We're 14 minutes from official sunset in this broadcast, in this race.
So, I mean, we got a lot of things that's happening here, and we're looking back here at the 6. Johnny was leading at one point in time in this race in the daytime. Now we're transitioning to the nighttime. He's back here in 18th. So, you know, this is, while people think, oh, well, this race is easy, you know, you race it. This is a very taxing, you know, race, and he's actually 22nd. It's very, very taxing on these drivers, and
it's 600 miles.
It's not just that, but it's the way the track changes. You have to keep up with it. You're chasing the track all night long. Look at that.
This. Look at that.
When we first went live, that sun was sitting about 40 degrees up, and now it's down over the horizon, and we're still at 90-degree track temp, but it's 8:13, 2 hours into the show, and here we sit right here at this point. We still currently, if the race pace is correct, 1 hour, 46 minutes, and 22 seconds is the time that we're looking at here. But what a picture. And I'll say this because we have some downtime. If you're watching this, or you're going to rewatch this, or you're showing this to somebody, iRacing.com, they did such a fantastic job when it came to scanning the tracks, to getting the physics model in here, to getting all of the stuff that's around these racetracks as accurately as possible to the crack in the racetrack. They got it on iRacing when they scanned it. iRacing.com, your portal to the sim world. 40% off new members. If you go to a racetrack, NASCAR, or any scanned licensed vehicle, they normally have sim rigs. They're passing out coupons that tell you that as well. Come on down, race with us, and let's have some fun.
Just don't race with Terry. He might wreck
Don't race with me. Yeah, I will.
I mean, he's got a lot of beef apparently throughout the iRacing world.
I make people mad. The truth hurts.
Are you shocked?
No.
Are you shocked?
No, not at all.
I know you're not. Calm down, man.
You met me.
I know. Goodness.
My filter doesn't stop.
I will say, you always take what you want, take what you get. By the way, leader starting to come up on some lapped traffic. David Grantham is his first victim. Brennan Heimo will be next. There's the black number 5. Rob Carl says what we're all saying. He says, whoa. I don't know why, but that sounded like something's interesting is going on in front of him. Some really good battles going on track right now, and I'll tell you exactly where those battles are, exactly where Rob said, whoa, it's the top. It's the battle for 5th place. That's where the action's happening. Matt White currently holds 5th. Look back at turn. Well, the exit of 2 as the 7 goes around another drive. Oh, this is the battle for 2nd right here. Yeah, McKissick and Conklin, they're fighting for each other side by side, coming to the line for 2nd.
Lap-wise tires, it's a 2-lap advantage for Brandon McKissick, who is 28. It doesn't. It doesn't at all. It's just a 2-lap advantage if he saved enough. You see, he got bobbly. Got a little loose there on the bottom under the 7 of Conklin, but at the end of the day, you're starting to see Vrooman come up here. He has a 5-lap advantage. Now that means something. And they don't want to hold each other up. They are. He's there. He's probably going to have a new 2nd place driver here in a little bit, but it's 4 seconds up the road to find Christopher Hill, who has, well, he's checked out.
Yeah, Hill is the driver to beat in this race. Look at how tight the 7 got up to the bumper of Brandon McKissick. McKissick on your screen, not being shown in the 10 car, but trust us, that is Brandon McKissick with that neon yellow number 10. Maybe not neon. It's, let's just say solid yellow. And the 106 machine gets a little bit squirrely off the apron. The 7 got squirrely too. That's going to allow Vroman to come back. If there's one driver besides Chris Hill that I think could still battle for the win, I know McKissick and Conklin have been up there all night, but I can't help but think Vroman has been so strong in this race so far, and has definitely had to fight his way through the field, and he's been really clean. And as we have passed the halfway point here, he's going to try and slide up in front of the 7. Got a little bit squirrely. The 7 almost hits the wall. Got squirrely just as well, but that is a perfect slide job, by the way, Terry. You got to sometimes just admire the slider.
That you do, and I think our top 4 will be competing for this win when we get.
Well, it's certainly not going to be anyone outside the top 4 at the end.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm trying to be obvious. You said the top 4 are going to be fighting for the win. Well, yeah, naturally.
Well, and yeah.
I'm just trying to.
Smart Alec.
Yeah. There, continue your thought.
The 4 drivers in the top 4, those would be the drivers that'll fight for it. But I would not be surprised if you look back at the driver sitting in 11th that just made the pass on Joshua Watson, Bruno Mello, starting to drive through this field, starting to be very patient, putting down very good lap times, statistically speaking. Has the top 5 pace. At this moment, the 27 car has top 5 speed as there's an issue with the 12. He was slow there for a little bit as he backed down, but that's the driver. If we want to do the Capital One ones to watch, that's my driver to watch. Don't sleep on Bruno Mello. I'll take that one as maybe even a top 5, potentially a top 3 finish here tonight.
Bruno Mello has been strong. I just want to share a funny bit of audio right here. The 16 is getting lapped. Brendan Heimel is getting lapped right now by Chris Hill. Brandon said, Brendan, my goodness, said to Chris, can you please not? Meaning, please don't lap me. Chris said, sorry, I got to do it. And then Brendan said, I get it. He was very disappointed sounding. I can't really relay that disappointment. But anyway, back to the 27. Or back to this battle. 10 and the 2. As synonymous with each other as peanut butter and jelly. This has been a good fight, Terry.
Yeah, it has been a good fight. I'm looking at tire strategy here as Vrooman's going to get by McKissick there. Strategy-wise, I wish I had a piece of paper sitting in front of me. Because
go get one.
Paul Bergoli pitted 46 laps ago. He needs a caution in the next 24 laps. Or sorry, the next 14 laps to get to 60. So that caution would have to come out rather quickly for him to. He's already a net loss to 6. He's down to 14th. He's going to lose some more spots. He's a good chunk off this pace. I look up to a lot of the, and I'm not saying it disrespectfully, I look up to a lot of these other drivers that pitted a little bit later in this run. I look at Sumter in 12th, Mello in 11th. I go up to Matt White in 5th, Nicholas Vrooman. They all pitted 4 to 5 laps after everyone else around them. So we'll get into this territory of does the overcut or undercut work the best? Right now, the undercut seems to be working fine. 4 laps selling it. He put almost 5 seconds on it.
But this is the time where it changes.
Correct. This is the time we start to the over-under cut begins to have not a whole lot of a shift, Dylan. I don't think we're going to see a seismic shift unless the caution comes out and resets us. If the caution comes and resets us and we go green for at least a pit cycle, then you'll see a big difference because the tire fall off won't necessarily be as bad as it was with the slick track. But I'm going to be interested. I'll mark that down at lap, whenever they pit. It should be like lap 230 for some of these drivers, and very soon for Bergolis. He's 18th now. He has to pit in about 7 laps. It'll be very interesting.
So I have a note as well on, as we're talking about strategy, right? Like, most of the field still a good 20 laps away from having to go into the pits, but obviously Bergoli is going to have to pit soon. We have not had a green flag pit cycle fully complete and then go to green flag all the way to another pit cycle. We may get that here, and Bergoli pitting would open that pit cycle. Here's my question. He's pitting right now. So what we're seeing is that around 58 laps is what they can go just on green flag run with a tank of fuel, and that kind of goes with what I kind of thought, because that's around 87 miles. And remember, I said around 85 miles. I know that, to give you an example, what the Xfinity car at Dover did for us. I know it's completely different, right? This is a Cup car, this is Charlotte, but we could get around 88 miles on one full tank of fuel. To which my crew chief, when I said 85 miles, was very impressed. He didn't think I knew that. You know, just a point of pride for me. But that makes sense. 87 miles, right? 59 or so laps. So what you can say is that Chris Hill has around 14 laps before he goes into the pits. He'll pit, and the pit cycle will start, let's say, at around lap 228. If we get there, we'll start to see green flag pits. And obviously, I don't think we're going to run to the whole end of the race under green flag conditions. But if it does, right, then you get into a situation where, well, let's say 60 laps, just to make it clear, and 230. Let's say that 230 to lap 290, 250. And you're right on the money in terms of how the stops turn out, but it might turn into a fuel mileage race if we go green flag the entire rest of the way. And that fuel mileage race would only be contested by the drivers who, like Chris Hill, are on a 46 lap stint currently. Again, we're looking far ahead. We still have just under 300 miles to go in this race. And just a lot to consider as we kind of just await the potential for more green flag pit stops. Now, another thing to note is that because we've had a green flag cycle go to another green flag cycle, potentially, for the rest of the field, a lot more drivers are a lap down than they were before, right? We haven't had the green flag cycle to another green flag cycle. We've gotten to cautions where they've pit and have not lost a lap. Well, now we're starting to see the pace of these drivers. And here's the incredible thing. Only 4 drivers, I'm going to include the leader in there as one of the 4. Only 4 drivers are within 13 seconds of the lead right now. That same gap, that 13-second gap, is from 5th back to 21st. 20 seconds about to be lapped, and Adrian Watts, but from 21st to 5th is a 13-second difference. From 1st to 5th is also a 13-second difference. Just goes to show you, like you were saying, Terry, anyone in the top 4 can win this race. I mean, they are the clear front runners in terms of pace. Chris Hill just has done it a little bit better.
Yeah, and I want to touch on this again. I know it might seem like we beat a dead horse on this, but with what Paul Bergoli just did, he pitted 5 laps ago, and he didn't open the pit cycle for anybody in the front, but if everybody pits, obviously he's going to need a caution. He's going to cycle out because right now he's running 30.6. Our leader just ran a 31.3. So obviously, you know, we're seeing the fruits of his labor. He has to catch Grantham, Hollenbach, you know, Ty in the 36. He's got to pass Himmel as well. Once he does that, if we get this cycle done, and I'm going to be curious because we've seen a lot of these drivers go all the way out to 60, 61, 64. Like, we've seen them push the envelope a little bit, hoping for the caution. If we see one of these drivers at 225 come down and play that strategy where we could throw that wrench into the fold and say, if I pit on lap 225, lap 325 I can come back in, and then I can try to stretch it until about 15 to 20 laps to go and come pit. That'll be interesting to see if that strategy play comes into effect, or if they push it. If say he's going to go for Vrooman, we'll be 225 by the time he hits 50 on it. It's going to put it at 235 before he comes down pit road, or a little further past that. That eliminates a stop or a part of a stop. Like, they've effectively eliminated a stop in this race, but you either even more solidify that elimination of that stop by you stretching the fuel as far as you can. As you look at Chris Wilhite here at the number 3, and another story, Boyd Hogan has also left. He scored 34th, and that's where he will finish here this afternoon.
That's
so the one car has dropped.
I-rating loss, going to be massive.
Massive loss.
Going to be a massive loss there. So, a few other things here, Terry. David Grantham is in the pits. He went 65 laps. So, I wonder if he saved the fuel a little bit, just hoping for a caution. For anyone who's a lap down now, you're almost just... You know how usually you would wait until you go a lap down to go into the pits? They're almost waiting for 2 laps down. Because if they go 2 laps down, the fight to get back on the lead lap from that point on is going to be a massive undertaking. So might as well, you know, take the chance, take the hope that it comes a caution from desperation from some point. And here's another thing I want to say, Terry. And correct me if you don't think this is what's happening. We probably have, from this point on, 3 more, including the next one, like happening right as we speak. 3 more pit cycles to go. We're in the first one, then there's a second and third. Do you see some short stints that, if we again stay green, that's a big if. Do you see Bergoli doing stuff like 45 lap stints to finish us off?
I'm going to do some math. I found a sheet of paper in here. Yeah, I got the math. So this is all going to... I'm going to base this off of Chris Hill's alleged pitting. I'll go off of our race leader here. So I'd imagine him coming a lap 60. That's 4 laps away. Let me refresh my time.
Oh, lap 60 in the stint.
Like 60 in the stint. So that's going to put us at 230 on the dot. Okay. So 230 is his quote-unquote pit.
Right. 290, right. 350, and then...
Okay. So that puts us, 290. He comes down for another pit stop if he keeps the 60 going. And then he has to go all the way out to, what was it, 350?
Yes. Yep.
So 350 he pits, and it's what they're doing is they're shortening the stop on the last run. Like the least amount of laps you have to put on the tires. We're going to have 3. You're absolutely correct on that one. But what you want to do is in a more perfect world, if you could push that last stint to be the lowest amount of laps you have to run, that's the harder you get to go, and you really get to just chew into it.
Unleash.
Yeah, it's pretty much, slingshot engaged to the very end. So
slingshot engaged.
But you see here, he's not pitting on this stint. So every single one of them past that, we go, okay, 231, 291, 251. Like he can keep pushing an
really
extra thing out here and keep going and go, okay, I had 50 laps to end that stint on the last one. Well, now I can go 49, 48. I would assume, and I know you make an ass out of you and me when you do it, you're going to potentially get him to push it a little bit further down as Chris Wilhite's going to come in. That puts him right on the money. At 290, he could come down and pit, and he takes the undercut every single time. But that last run, he's going to have a 50-lap stint to hold it, and there will only be a 4-lap difference in tires because everybody around that 350 mark will come in 350 to 355-ish. They'll come down pit road for a set of 4 tires.
Can I make a note here? We're on lap 232. We've had 2 green flag pit cycles continuously.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it, because these two drivers that just came down might punch you.
That is true. They are, though, in the middle of this pit cycle. It might not be green the entire way. However, as we see a sharp exit or entrance, I should say, by Dylan C. Jones into the pits. Look at what happens when stages aren't a part of this.
Oh, it turns into a massive run here.
It turns into a massive run, and it turns into a battle of strategy, which I love. This is some great racing because it's not just about the hands on the wheels or the feet on the pedals. It's about the brains on top of that pit box, the crew chiefs, the mechanics, the engineers, all thinking about what they need to best do. I'm not the only one, I don't think, who thinks that way, as everyone's coming into the pits. Chris Hill is coming into the pits right now. We'll see when he enters. He again has to get deep on those brakes. Looks like he entered fine, so Chris Hill in the pits. Nick Vroman is going to take the lead, but only by a few car lengths over Brandon McKissick.
Don't say that too loud, that you want this type of racing, because you might be on an island of your own when you say it, because pleasing a NASCAR fan is never going to happen. They're always going to complain about something. There is a complaint anywhere.
How about this? How about this? If this is the style of racing that would not lead to more wins for Colin Racing, then I don't want it.
Yeah. They'll complain about anything, and it's not a shot at NASCAR fans. It's a fact. I mean, they didn't like the racing that was provided when it was green flag and strategy was involved. So NASCAR put stages in it. Now they don't like stages. NASCAR probably takes stages out. They don't like it. And it's like, what do you like? It's like, what do people like? They like racing, right? But the truck race at North Wilkesboro, how good was that race?
It was good and bad at the same time. It was a wreck fest.
Okay, but it was a good race, though, right? We had good racing.
At times.
People complained about the racing.
And then they complained about
the cautions.
Okay, so, I mean, I get that. I get the plight that NASCAR has to deal with when it comes to
It's the same with
decisions.
F1. Oh, it's the same with F1. There it is. Oh, my God. There it is. Oh, he turns him.
Caution is out. Oh, my goodness. The 4 wrecked Clayton Hoffman, who has been in the back for most of this race.
Oh.
Johnny Avila, who was trying to get back on strategy. This is going to put Scott Healy back into the conversation. Brad Newman catches a break. Newman went a lap down. He was the one car that got royally, well, for lack of a better word, screwed earlier in this race.
I want you to look at the timing pylon. Just look at who's 10th as we take a look at the replay right here of Clayton Hoffman.
Goalie.
But he's still a lap down.
But he'll
get the wave around. He's going to have to take it. He's going to have to take the wave around if he wants to stay in contention for this, but he's on 25 lap old tires. Brendan, he's on 67 lap old tires. He cannot take the wave around unless he wants to lose a lap again. So he's going to have to be, while he's ninth, the polar opposite happens. But for Paul Bergoli, he's going to have to pray for a caution to happen instantaneously to put himself there because, well, 25 lap old tires with everybody else around you pitting, and then all of the wave around cars is about to come in and take this on 4 or 5 old lap tires. Everything just stops. And I told you, blame Dylan Coyle. I think this is the first one for Hugo that we get to do. Hashtag blame Dylan.
I did not say that we're going to go 2 full green pit cycles.
That's what you said. You said potentially. You jinxed it. You're eating it. There was
potential. No, I'm not eating it.
You're eating it. You have to. You have to. It's in the Geneva Convention. You have to. It's in the convention.
I just noticed there's still a speed logo at the end of pit road, by the way.
No, don't deflect. You're eating the hashtag blame Dylan.
I do not like you at the second.
You're eating it. You're eating it.
Anyway, okay, so what do you do if you are Brad Newman? You go into the pits. That's exactly what he did. But I bet Paul Bergoli. Let's talk about Paul Bergoli. Can we talk about Paul Bergoli? I'm dying to talk about the Paul Bergoli.
He doesn't have a choice but to stay out. He just doesn't. There is no snowball's chance in hell that he does not stay out. If he comes down in pits and prays for the secondary caution to come out, you're throwing your chance away at this moment. Like, you have to take this wave around with the likes of Coughlin, Wilhite, Lamperti, Jones, Awesome.
Going into the pits? Is he going into the pits?
Don't go into pits. Please don't. For your fans in the chat, stay on this racetrack.
I say go into the pits.
No.
He's doing it.
Why would you do it?
Here, let me tell you why. Because if he doesn't go in, he'll still need a caution to come out regardless. Because he'll still need to pit, right? He's still going to be on 30 lap older tires. He'll be swallowed up and alive. He still needs a caution, right?
I don't care.
Of course you don't, Gary.
I don't care. Why would you pit in that situation?
I understand both sides. And realistically, I don't necessarily disagree with you. Here's the other thing. The tire set limit is so high in this race. 13,
oh, it's massive. Yeah, you get so many sets. That
you don't even have to worry necessarily about if you have sticker tires remaining. It is an interesting call, though. And Bergoli needs to get lucky now, right? He's going to be a lap down. But if he is able to... Here's the other thing, and Terry, this is why I would be leaning more into you're correct. He needs to get the lucky dog now. He needs to be the first car lap down. And I don't know if anyone else came into the pits who was also that lap down.
Yeah, he has Jake Hickson right behind him. That's a lap down that pitted. But I mean, in front of him, he has nothing but air and opportunity. Brandon McKissick's a lap down on 3 lap older tires. He barely got him scuffed in. Paul Bergoli, no offense, is not passing Brandon McKissick to get the wave around. He'll have to wait for the second caution because Brandon's going to take off on him.
In that case, I do agree with you. I just wanted you to get frustrated because I said...
Oh, I'm frustrated for him because he has the speed in the car. And actually, no, McKissick's going to come down. It looks like he's pitted. So Paul passes him here, goes up to 18th. He just got to pass Austin Fitzgerald. I just don't... understand that call. And it might pay off because he might get a caution in a half a lap, and he might be in front of the 31 of Austin Fitzgerald. You don't know.
High risk, high reward. I mean,
he's playing the strategy, and if it works for him, it does. But I want to circle the driver that your boy said was the one to watch at the lap 200 mark. That's sitting P3, Bruno Mello, kind of like RSR here on RaceSpotTV on Monday nights. It's like I know what I'm talking about here.
Your driver has never won the race when you've picked them, just so you know.
It doesn't, neither of yours, and you actually have the second lowest finish, and I have the highest finish. I've had 2 opportunities, and I still pick good finishes, and I pick good people. But I tell you where I also pick my clothing at, iRacing.com, where you can get the Barney the Flagman t-shirt.
Terry Radford, open.
Promo God.
Throw money at him. He'll sell your product. We're about to go back to green flag racing. First restart in a long time, around 140 or so laps. Green flag back in the air. Nick Vroman leads the field to green, gets a huge jump in second to 24 of Jeremy Sumter. I hear on the radio someone is going into the pits as we speak. I don't get that. Bruno Mello losing some ground. Oh, Hoffman, okay. He didn't like where he was going there as Bruno Mello almost pit maneuvers. Scott Healy, Matt White going into the pits. Not sure why everyone's going into the pits as we speak, but Brad Newman will go underneath Mello and get into position number 4. Look who's right there. Chris Hill, who's been super fast all race. Pretty much him and Vroman are the 2 to look out for from this, the top 7, the top 8. Go a little bit further behind, and you see drivers like Sean Conklin, who had to start behind everybody else. Actually, I'll say one thing. I'd love to get a restart replay, because Conklin got a little bit feisty on the restart. I don't know about that. Anyway, Vroman still in the lead.
I think we're overshadowing somebody right now who's sitting in 7th. That 6 machine, Johnny, was the cause of the caution with the 4. And here he sits, but let's talk strategy again, because that caution turned a lot of things on its head. You got drivers in here. Lombardi sitting at 11th. He was 18 laps on his stint. Conklin 14. Will Height 15. All of these strategies now have thrown a wrench in the plan of our 350 pit stop that we were talking about. You can kind of X that. It's going to be deeper into that run. They can then play the overcut if we stay green. The overcut would then be the clear-cut win.
That's the thing, Terry, I want to bring up real quick, is that battle for the Lucky Dog spot is currently happening right around the battle for position number 6. Right now, Austin Fitzgerald in the 31 machine leads Ty McWhirter for that Lucky Dog spot. Josh Watson, Paul Brigoli, all fighting for it. What happened to Brandon McKissick?
I have no idea. He's on 5-lap fresh tires, and he's still running faster than the drivers who were in front of him. I guess he's just not wanting to push it necessarily that high. But interesting enough, we talked about the 8 car in his situation here. He needed the caution to come out. He needed to be the first car. The outside lane checked up. He didn't get it. He fell back. But with Fitzgerald and McWhirter fighting for that spot, it looks like right now the 31 of Austin Fitzgerald, if the caution was to fall, has this free pass. You see it floating right here. You had a lot of waiver.
He might not even need it.
You're right. But he also had a lot of wave around cars. You got to remember this, that started behind him. McKissick had to come down pit road on a second time. He started tail into the longest line. And then you also got Matt Hollenbach. He started tail into the longest line. So this is not authentic of what you see here.
No.
This is, they started tail into the longest line based of the wave arounds and the pit cycle that they set themselves on, because they chose fresh tires over track position and knew that they were fast enough to make it work.
I love what we're seeing, though, because right now Josh Watson gets into the back of the 31. Oh, he got him loose, though. And now Watson's going to try and dive underneath. I mean, this is a great battle. Hell, they might be the cause for the caution themselves, which would take them out of contention for a lucky dog spot. What are they going to try and do, though? Oh, look at that pick. Look at that pick play. That was beautiful. 31 just said, hey, 24 machine of Jeremy Sumter. You stay down low. We'll put the 12 down there as well. If the 12 was closer to the 24, I think we might have seen some 3-wide action back there. 31 watching as the battle for the lead goes 2 wide with Brad Newman and Nick Vroman getting side by side. The caution were to come out right now. The lucky dog would go to Austin Fitzgerald, but I'll tell you what, Fitzgerald, as well as Watson, I mean, on pure pace, they're fast. They might unlap themselves, which I think at this point, if you're a driver like, especially Paul Bergoli, you're rooting for not just Fitzgerald and Watson to unlap themselves, but Ty McWhirter to do the same, because they're fast and Bergoli is much slower and much behind where they're currently racing. So it's the game within the game, and Fitzgerald and Watson are right behind first and second. Now, you also don't want to get too involved with the leaders, right? You're still a lap down. You're not fighting for position. You're fighting to get back in the lead lap. Oh man, this is really turned everything on its head, and I love it.
You're crazy. I don't care if they're the leaders, if it's my grandma, if it's my mother, and I know my mother's watching. I don't care. I want my lap back. If it means I'm pinching the second place of Nicholas Vroman on the apron, I'm pinching you on the apron.
Listen, if my grandmother's watching, I'm going to say, 1, how are you back from the grave? And 2, I need to show you how good I am at this. I need to make your trip back worth it. That was morbid.
I'm a little bit, but I'll take it. But I promise you one thing: if you're Fitzgerald or Watson right here, go burn them up, burn the tires up right now. Get up front.
Do it.
You have no choice. You just have to just get around them. Get your lap back by earning it. You know, don't just get it handed to you if a caution comes out and have to play the luck game. Hold Brad Newman up. You can hold him up. It doesn't matter. It's just going to make racing up front a little bit more entertaining. Rip that outside lane and just go for it. If you're the 31, don't let the 12 stay with you. You're faster than him.
Well, right now, the fastest car in the field, just by pure positional gain and pure positional status, is Brad Newman. I mean, Brad's had a very up and down race. And I'll say this. Brad was really quick. Brad was bad fast, but then got caught because he pit early in that first pit cycle with the yellow coming out just after he started that pit cycle. Trapped him a lap down. He's back on the lead lap. Not just back on the lead lap, he's in first place. Could he be that mysterious 5th driver? You know, maybe that top 4 is not going to come back together, but could he be that mysterious 5th driver that gets back involved here and causes a fight? The 12 of Joshua Watson is going to lose some spots. And you know who's right behind Watson right now? Right side by side. It's the guy currently 3rd, trying to vie for 2nd in the Lucky Dog battle. As he kind of gives the 12 a little bit of a scare, it's Ty McWhirter. McWhirter's going to go down the inside, just tag the grass maybe by an inch through the dog leg. And they're side by side, the 12 and the 26. Bergoli is way mired back. He has no chance of getting the lucky dog with his current pace. So remember, he did have to go early in that pit cycle because he did get hit. But Vroman starting to fight back against Newman. Last lap times, we'll give you the updates right here as they cross the line with Newman going with well, their lap times were pretty similar right there, but it didn't feel like it. It looks like Vroman's starting to catch up big time as they go into lap 3, or turn number 3 on lap 259 of 400. We're past, by far, the halfway point. The halfway point, by the way, is the length of the Xfinity Series race. that will potentially happen tomorrow. A 200-lap race. Realistically, we'll hopefully get 100 laps in to make it official. Our hauler drivers need to get to Portland, buddy. The 2 has a run down the backstretch. Just a half a car length back as we enter into 3. The run is going to be gotten by Newman here if he can keep the car stable. The 2 had to enter in a car length, a lane below the 9, but he gets the draft immediately down the dog leg. Dog leg, of course, in any racetracks, and one of the most dangerous spots to have a wreck induced. We saw what happened in the Coke 600 late last year. The 9 gets a little bit loose, gets pushed up by the arrow. They're side by side, the 2 and the 9 side by side. 9 has the disadvantage. The 2 clears the 9. Kind of just slid right underneath, and I think he was holding his tires just to make that move, and it worked out perfectly.
He was 8/100th faster a couple laps ago, and that makes a massive difference. This time he's 3/10 faster. So for Vrooman, he fell back, and I don't know if you remember. Oh, car on the wall. That's that would be McWhorter. Yeah, battle for this. Battle for the lucky dogs, getting kind of bonkers. But
when did we say that? The lucky dog battle is up with the lead back battle.
It happens. We talked about something earlier in the race when Vrooman fell back a little bit, and I would say, don't worry, he's got speed. Like, he's just saving his stuff. He caught the luckiest break of luckiest breaks. Like, this was the anti-Juan Pablo Montoya in the Brickyard.
Oh, goodness.
This wasn't the Marcus Ambrose at Sonoma.
Hey, that was his own fault.
Exactly. But, like, this is every bad incident or junior running off a 4 in the Coke 600.
Now that sucks.
Like, touchy subject, but, you know, a cup of gas goes a long way. For Nicholas Vrooman, Brad Newman, Sumter, I tell you what went a long way, a caution that they were still on the racetrack for. That went a very long way to put those 3 as your top 3 and put the guys who were up front mired back in traffic quite a bit.
Can we just admire the fact that this race so far has had so much of what we look for in good racing, long strategic green flag runs with multiple pit cycles playing out almost to completion. We've had great on-track battles between lead pack, mid pack, back of the field. We've had some beef. We've also right now got a lucky dog battle that's happened with some very fast cars. So this has been an awesome night, and we still have 134 laps to go. I mean, that's a lot of laps, buddy. That's what is it? That's just under 200 miles, man. That's exciting. That's really exciting.
And I'm not gonna lie to you.
I hope you didn't.
A little tired,
brother. Wake up, get yourself the official drink of Colleague Racing, and that's a Celsius.
No. I'm sorry. We'll argue that one. No.
Or Circle. Or a Circle, you know?
Terry has a Diet Coke. Because my wife didn't get me a Coke Zero, which is the official fan refreshment of the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series and a premier sponsor for the NASCAR College Series. Mello in the wall there.
Mello, I want to make a pun about Mellow Yellow. Mello almost caused a yellow.
Corny chest hair Dylan.
Are you referring back to my my costume on Throwback Day Sunday?
Yes, sir.
You can explain that if you want to.
I mean, You did look good.
I thought I looked great. I
thought you looked great.
Oh man, Terry, your hair is flowing and great all the time. This is just
Miracle Flow. Yeah, Miracle Flow is definitely a great shampoo.
I'm always impressed with your sponsoring ability. Do you say all during the Carolina Pro Late Model races? Do you always say every sponsor on that car?
Nope.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. When you're
it's the
calling
one thing
it
dirt racing I never completely understand. You give every sponsor something. As Jonathan Oshnelin will go to the inside with a run here. Lucky number 13 goes inside the 35. Look at this run. And look, there's a little bit of backup. There's Mello right there in the 27 machine. And come back with some action with the, not the 106, but the number 10. That is also cosplaying as number 106. This is a 3 wide. I don't want to be involved in this right here. If I'm a driver trying to get through for position, I do not want to be mired in this mid-pack battle that has a bunch of people both a lap down on the lead lap and all fighting for different things.
I know this is the wrong thing to say, but if I'm any of these drivers right here that's not in the free pass position.
Oh, look at that block.
I'm shipping one of these guys into turn 3.
Actions detrimental featuring Terry Radford.
Listen.
That's basically your life, buddy.
Terry's not going to say that I wouldn't intent wreck somebody. But I would definitely make it look like I did intent wreck them.
That sounds horrible, Terry.
If the protest people are watching, I would never intent wreck anybody. But I would rattle their cage.
Okay, there you go. There you go. I like that. I like that. Oh, goodness. Look at this pack right there. Like that's uncomfortable to be a part of. This is I mean, I'll tell you who's fallen off greatly. See that 12 car?
Yeah.
He was using all that rubber up to try and get maybe unlap himself on a pure speed. But he used all of that tire up. All those.
So did Austin Fitzgerald. He's back there quite a bit. And, I mean, Ty McWhorter has the free pass as we talk.
And Bergoli is kind of coming back to McWhorter.
He's catching him. He's catching him.
Boy.
Yeah, he's half a second off of him.
This is good.
And the crazy part is there's now only 15 cars on the lead lap.
But that can change. That can change on a dime if a well-timed yellow comes out. By the way, Steve in the chat says that he's seen Terry wreck intentionally with his own 2 eyes. Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry.
I want to know what Steve that is and what race that did it in.
I know there's a lot of Steves that we broadcast and race with. Dane, hashtag sack Terry. This is going to be used against you every time you accidentally wreck someone and it benefits you.
All I'm going to say is, shut up.
You had me in the first half with all the L's I was taking, not going to lie, but now in the second half, definitely coming back.
Loreto Lamperti just came, I believe, he's on pit road here for real. For real, on pit road.
He also was on a different strategy.
He's on a different strategy. So he was 48 laps on this stint. We talked about the timing. Now, let's think strategy for a second. I'll break out my notebook again because the calculator's burning. We'll go back to having fun when this strategic stuff is over, right? So. We said lap 290 if we pitted on lap 230, in which we were around that mark. Now that he pitted here at lap 278, 280, that's going to put him pitting on lap, 260 Or no, 240 or 340.
He's basically going to have to pit.
So he's going to go 10 laps faster than everybody else, and he's going to be right on the cusp of making it on that stint of tires. Oh, yeah, he's right. I did intent Daytona. That was intent. He's right.
I'm not even looking at the chat, but
he's right. It was Daytona things. I intentionally pushed somebody when I shouldn't have pushed them because I needed the benefit of said caution.
Okay, so jumping back to what you were saying, anyone who's pitting now
will add 10 laps to their last stint.
Well, what I'm saying right now is anyone who's gone into the pits in this, like, from now till whenever, you just need one more stop after it. So 2 more total stops.
Correct.
What we just saw from Lamperti, he can make it to the end of the race on green flag conditions. He's just gonna potentially, depending on how full his car is, like, he'll need to pit around lap 240, and he'll have to go to the end of the race and hope that he can make it all the rest of the way. It's the 2-stop strategy from here on out. Now, we hear Matt Hollibach is going into the pits as well. He has 58 laps into this run. He will be able to make it to the end too. Remember, around 60 laps or so is that margin that we've seen a lot of cars pit on green flag runs. Should be able to make it. Might come down to fuel strategy for anyone pitting right around now.
There's the race lead.
Oh, there we go. It's Froman and Hill who has been saving his tires. Hill will take the lead at the stripe, but is not fully clear. So he's going to fight back on the outside. So these 2 cars, by the way, they're 43 lap stints right now. They have around 17 more laps till they have to go into the pits, which would bring you right to 300. At that point, just split it in half. 50 laps, 50 laps. Don't do 60-40. Don't do 40-60. That would just slow you down in the overall pace. The 2 gets a little bit loose, but still fights back on the outside. They're still side by side for the entirety of the last lap.
I will agree to disagree with you on that point. So it's all going to depend on how your car's handling. If you're Christopher Hill, he's been very, very fast and consistent on the long run. As you see, Vrooman, he's going to try to side draft as much as possible. He does not want to lose this race lead here. The control and the pace of this race at this stage is key. It's massive. If you get stuck in dirty air like he's about to right now, as Christopher Hill almost clears him, didn't clear him, he's going to pinch up, try to get the run in the corner. But if you can control the race from here, your chances of winning go up. Not like the Lakers, when everybody thought they were going to have a 90% chance of winning in the West, but whatever. So,
or the Boston Bruins.
Or the Bruins. But with Hill taking this race lead right here, what that's going to set up is him pulling away. It's going to force Vrooman into a different strategy call. Potentially the short pit for Vrooman, which would still be suitable for what he's doing. But his long run pace, we just saw it. He got passed because Christopher Hill's is better. So I don't want Vrooman to make a change to his car here. And I don't know if he wants to make a change to the car. But if he does, he's going to have to make the long run better and give up the short run pace that he has. He had it for 42 laps, but 46 laps, he starts to burn off a little bit. He's a half a second off of Christopher Hill at this moment when they came across the line. Now he's 0.3 off of what he is. So the pace here in this run, as the track has lowered drastically temp-wise, Christopher Hill still has a head and shoulders above the rest as he pulls a second on Vrooman. I've done more math in this broadcast than I've ever done in my life.
I'm really happy to hear that, and also really disturbed. The lack of math in your life, buddy.
The computer tells me everything, man.
I'll give you some math right here. What is 27 plus 7? It equals 34. What does that matter? Nothing. I just want to do some math. I tried. I looked for patterns. couldn't find it.
I know that the only math that matters to me when I'm racing is if it says 1 next to my name, it means I won the race. If it says I finished second, it just means I'm a loser. So that's normally how I go with it.
Okay. Oh, man. You are something special, Terry. And I mean that. I mean that in a good way, in a positive way. I remember a race in the Cup Series years ago. Well, I wouldn't say years ago, 3 years ago during 2020. Remember that year?
Awful year.
Awful year at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where due to
night race?
The night race, yes.
I was there.
I was there. Let's just say I was dealing with a breakup and it was my present to myself. Anyway, anyway, went to the race. And you remember that there was a caution in the middle of pit strategy and it trapped everyone except 5 or 6 cars a lap down.
There's the pit. There's the pit stop I was looking for out of the two of Rumen. He's in. The undercut. Lap 290. He's on the strategy that I called.
And it's the same strategy that'll work.
He's on the strategy that I called from the start. So Vrooman pitting right here on lap 290. I'm going to mark that down. Vrooman pit 290. Okay, so 350, 351, he comes back down. How long does Christopher Hill stay on the racetrack? 291 is where he sits. He's coming to 292. That puts him that he could pit on 352, 353-ish ballpark to have a shorter stint at the end to take less fuel. This is big, and while I say it's big, it's because right now he was only a second off of Christopher Hill's speed, right? He was there. So, while I agree with the chat, he could have went 5 to 10 more. This makes an even 50-lap run at the end of the race. And that only matters because the undercut gives you over 2-second pickup to a second to 2-second pickup, depending on the fall off of the cars. But with Christopher Hill only having 1 second of fall off, that right there spells trouble for the competition because he then can stretch that car a lot further than everybody else because he's running 31.2s while the rest of the field's running 31.6s and 7s. So, big difference in long run speed to short run speed. Vrooman has short run, so he wanted the shortest amount of time, which was 50. What was the magic number, Dylan, that he got passed at? 50. Lap 50 in his stint, he got passed. So his 50-lap run is perfect, and it's gonna make Christopher Hill drive a little bit harder to get up there and get it out there. So a second to a second and a half. A lot of other drivers could potentially have 2 seconds. So that second to a second and a half is massive.
Let me ask you this, Terry, and here are, if we go green the rest of the way, I can see what happens here is we see the 3 go into the pits. What I can see happening, right? Chris Hill can make it to around lap 300. Let's just say he gets to lap 300 and comes down. Let's say he's got 1 more stop to go.
He won't. He'll have 1 more, so he'll have to split it in half.
So let me ask you that. Does he split it in half and go on a 50-lap stint while we see the potential for Vrooman to go 60-50, they're going to both come in the same time. That means that between laps 240 to 250, if that's the strategy we see play out, if we see Chris Hill split the final 100 laps, just purely in the middle, that would mean that both Hill and Vrooman would come in at the same lap 250. Which means that from laps 240 to 250, that's where that fall off becomes a big deal, right? Like 10 laps older tires. Will he catch up at that point? I don't think so. So I think what you said is completely right. I think that Hill is now on a losing strategy as compared to Vrooman, just because Vrooman has that undercut speed, and the fall off is not going to be as big when it's a 60-lap stint versus a 50-lap stint. Once you get to 40 or so laps, 45, 50 laps, the fall off until lap 60 it's pretty much, it's flat, right? There's a big fall off, and then it gets flat. Where the point that the times go down, there's very little change. So I think you're right. I think this is the right call. And I'm really, really impressed that Roman decided to do that, especially when he was a few seconds behind Hill. If we stay green, we're going to have a great fight to the end. It all counts on lap 250 or 350. What happens if Hill and Roman both go into the pits? Because then we have our answer. It just comes down to pure pace. So, great call.
Well, while I agree with you, I also have a devil's advocate to it.
Okay.
So, Vrooman ran a 30.243 on his last lap. He's currently sitting in 10th. He's about to pass Johnny. He's about to pass Rob. It was a 31.385. So it was about 1.2 seconds was the 1.1, 1.2-ish was right in that ballpark of what they were running separate from each other.
On lap 300.
So Hill's coming down. Hill's going to potentially have to run I would say 50. I would go 50 because his car comes in that 50, that 40 to 50 range.
It's a pure 100 lap run.
So it's a pure heads up 100 lap run. But for Vrooman, his short run speed's there. And I say this honestly, and you'll see the difference here. Here he comes through 3 and 4. 1 and 2. So he's on 1 and 2. He's on the back straightaway right now. Your leader, or your leader, your net overall race leader's on pit road right now. He's still getting service. He's rolling. 14.1. Here he comes. 3 and 4. He's going to get past. But what's the distance do you see? So he passes him. Now, there's the pass for the race lead overall, and he's gone. There's the time. He's already off on the back straightaway flying here. But what everybody has to realize, and you'll see this delta here in just a second because we're going to show it. I'm positive that we'll show the delta of where they sit because look at this, and it's so crazy. He gained 4 seconds. Actually, 6 seconds. And it's 6 seconds that he picked up, but now
it goes the other way.
It's going to go the opposite way. So as Vrooman has 12 laps on that tire, he's still running 30.2s. The fall off was not as crazy as what you would have thought it could have been for Vrooman. He was saving at some point. If you go all the way back right there to Christopher Hill, his fastest lap time was a 30.133. If he can bang out those lap times consistently and stay a 10th faster than Vrooman, he's got him. He'll catch him. They'll pit together. Vrooman and him will stay together, and as the long run progresses, Christopher Hill still potentially wins this race like he did split 2 of the NASCAR Road to Pro qualifying series last night.
It's a great exercise in just trying to think ahead of the game, right? These next 46 laps, as Brad Newman's about to cross the line, these next 46 laps are going to be so telling of what happens at the end of the race. That's really the big thing. Once again, we wouldn't see the strategy playing out if we had a caution on lap 300. Just saying. Well, I do want to bring something here to the table. The lap for Vrooman and the lap for Hill was not the laps I thought I would see. It was a 30.631 for Christopher Hill back there in the 6th place position. That was not the lap that I thought I was going to see hit the board for him when he came by last time on a heater lap is what I thought I was going to get there. But it was not the lap that I envisioned. If we don't see serious inroads
there he is.
There
he is. Now he's 7/100ths faster. So he's climbing the gain. So now it was a 15 lap. So it was a 15 lap, 11 lap difference in the tire strategy. So now it's starting to flip. It was a 30.576 for Vrooman across the line for Christopher Hill. It's 0.2 faster. That's going to progressively gain as we run. It's 16 seconds to the leader for him, 22 seconds for him.
6 second
massive difference. A 6 second difference across the board, but you'll see it when Healy, Bruno, Newman, Heim, they pit. It's going to come down over time. You just have to let once he gets to 25 in his tires for Vrooman, then you're really going to see the 5 of Christopher Hill bring it in, which will put him on the magic number of lap 350. It's when he potentially catches the race leader and they both come down and pit.
I mean, throw all of this out of the way, out of here, if there is a caution that happens right around now. But I will say...
They're not pitting it if it happens now, unless, it's funny.
Okay, so I will say, though, with these next 10 laps are so important to figure out what's going to be that gap at 350, which is when we think both of them will be coming down for their final pit stop of the race if it's just green flag conditions. Now, here's the other thing to note. That gap is 5.7 seconds right now. That's not, I don't know if that's enough. 40 laps. Let's say 40 laps. Let's make it easy. 40 laps, and let's even give him half a second. Let's say 40 laps, 5 seconds. How much time does Hill need to gain on Roman to get back in the game if it's a 5-second difference across 40 laps? Let me do some math.
I honestly, the math in my head, he was 0.3 faster that last time.
I mean, that's enough. He just needs to be around 1.3 faster every single lap. 0.13 faster is what he needs to do.
Not even that much. I mean, you got to think.
Yes, though. So, that is that much. Mathematically, if it's a 5-second difference and a 40-lap run, he needs to be 0.13. He needs to gain that every single lap.
But he will. So here's the.
So then he's passing.
But here's the math. So it's this is better math. So strategy-wise, watch this. So you're looking at the lap times right now, statistically on the paper, as they run and they come by. It's 21 laps on the stint. He's already 0.4 faster. That time, you're watching it tick down. By the time we get to lap 3, I mean,
you got to remember, fall off is going to be a lot steeper though from fresh tires. No, not at this point. Fall off for Roman is not going to be as high as the fall off will be for
It's already
Hill.
dropping for Vrooman.
You're not listening. Listen, Terry. Listen to what I'm saying. The drop off from tires that are 0 laps old to, let's just say, 15 laps old is a lot steeper than tires that are 15 laps old to 30 laps old. You know what I mean? You're going to burn off that rubber quickly. So what I'm saying is that 0.3, 0.4 pace is not going to keep up as high as it is right now. It will still probably be higher than Vrooman, just based on what we've seen strategy-wise. But as long as that average time gained is 1.3, I mean, 0.13 per lap, which it is, and which is coming down and down and down. I mean, there's no doubt that Vrooman is going to get passed by Hill. Do you see what I mean? We're agreeing on the same thing. It's just how we got there. The difference is 2.8 seconds, by the way. Something just happened to Vrooman. It's called lap traffic.
It's called lap traffic, and it's called old-ass tires, too. I don't know what we're going. He's 24-lap old tires, and he's in the middle of everything here. Like, this is...
Worst-case scenario.
He's going to catch him, and he's going to... If you're Vrooman...
And I keep saying that.
If you're Vrooman, you throw a wrench in this plan. You do something completely off cycle. I mean, you just blow the doors off of everybody's mind, and a caution comes out, right? He's got lucky once. He got lucky once with a caution, did he not?
I mean, of course, yes.
Okay, he needs to get lucky again. If he's going to win this race, and he's going to hold off a hard charger, and I'm not arguing the fact that me and you came up with the same math. I'm arguing the fact of how quick he is going to catch him. See what I'm saying? Like, he's going to catch him faster because it's now a half a second is the difference of fall off.
So I wasn't saying anything about catching fast or anything. I was just saying the pure number is that.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to catch him that fast. He doesn't have to. He's doing it.
The average number at minimum he would need to catch up if it was 40 laps, 5-second difference is 13 hundredths.
You're right. But over time, over a 40 lap run, he only has, if he wants to catch him in 10 laps, yes, 1.3 seconds.
No, that's cutting down a 5-second deficit. Over 40 laps, that's the average amount of time per lap he'd need to gain.
What kind of math are you doing? At 5 seconds, 1.3 seconds.
5 divided by 40.
1.3 seconds?
No.
A lap?
No,
or
13 hundredths.
1/10 or a
13
10.
hundredths.
So he needs to catch him a 10th a lap.
Brother, the sky is blue. No, the sky is not.
No.
It's the same thing.
I thought you literally said he had to catch him by 1.3 seconds, and I was like, no, that's inaccurate. That's so false. He only has to catch him a 10th a lap. I misunderstood you.
I was like, what are you not getting?
I would say I misunderstood you. I thought you said 1.3 seconds.
50, you did this like 50 laps ago that you were very tired as well.
I am tired.
Anyway, we get that miscommunication down. Not much on-track activity except for the fact that Hill is now 0.8 behind Nick Vroman. I think you got to apologize for that failure on your part to understand math.
I don't at all. Strategy's a part of the race. I don't know how to put that to people.
Absolutely
it is like
race.
Math is not my strong suit, and it happens. But I mean, you look at it across this. So Hill's about to catch him. He's 4/10. He's catching him
this lap
hard. He's going to pass him in a lap, right? So where could the caution come from? You look at we got a battle for 6 that's about to heat up. It's a half a second separating them.
Yeah, but look at what's
there's the battle
right
for the
now.
lead. Yeah, there's the lead right there. No battle. He's gone. So if you're Vrooman, why not? Why not take the chance? Change your strategy a little bit. Do something different. I mean, you got 11 lap older tires, and you only got caught in 11. You got caught in literally 11 laps.
Yeah, I mean, man. I think the only way that Hill loses this race is if a caution comes out and jumbles the strategy up again, though, because I don't think Vroman, I don't think there's any Hail Mary he can throw in terms of green flag racing till the end of this race that will bring him back into the lead. I really just don't see that.
It's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be very interesting.
No, absolutely. Only, and this is a crazy fact right here that I mean, it just goes to show some of the skill that we're seeing in this race. The lead at this point, 14 drivers are on the lead lap. We started with 36 in the race, and on the lead lap, we've had some notable just complete going to the pits and disconnects. I mean, Boyd Hogan, Paul Kovic, they were incredibly fast. And then they just said, we're done, which was very surprising. 13 car right now, Jonathan Oshalem, currently chasing down Chris Wilhite. Wilhite and Oshalem, in terms of pit strategy, are on the exact same length of tire. So this is a pure on-fight battle for position. Wilhite is in 6, so this is a battle for 6 between Oshalem and Wilhite. Wilhite goes up high, kind of misjudged corner entry, and the 13 is going to have a good run down here as we go across the start-finish line, separated by just 1/100th as they cross the start-finish line. Position is taken by 13. 3 doesn't have much to fight him with. Even if he has the same tire length, he might have worn it back, but he's trying to fight back here as the 10 machine, aka the 106 machine, gets involved in this battle. McKissick currently the first driver a lap down. So if a caution came out at this point, he would be the lucky dog recipient. Not only just the lucky dog recipient, but he would be sent back to the tail of the field, and we'll almost have to hope for another caution because there's a lot of cars many laps down, or 1 or 2 here or there. But once again, this is one of the few on-track battles. There's a good battle going on with a guy you talked about earlier, Terry, and that's Bruno Mello. Currently a battle for position number 12. Healy, Mello, they're right on each other, and there's the guy currently in second for contention for the lucky dog. Of course, that's Ty. Really missed that. McWhorter.
McWhorter.
Ty McWhorter's right there in the 26 machine, going up high and letting them go. 35 has a lot of steam, a lot of pace, and that's Scott Healy. Scott Healy, mind you, is on fresher tires than most of the drivers racing. He's actually on the same length of tires as Bruno Mello. So Mello and Healy in this battle for 12th, exact same length, very similar to what we were just talking about with Olshalom and Wilhite. Some good battling right here.
Yeah, it is a good battle. I mean, you talk about tire strategy. If you look up into ninth, Brad Newman is there as Mello almost catches the wall off the exit of 2. They're about to catch Lamperti in 10th. They'll catch him pretty quickly. He's on very old tires. He was our first driver to come down pit road. He tried to hope that the caution came out right after the pit cycle. It did not. So he'll fall outside the top 10 as soon as these two catch him. He's on 51, or now 52 lap old tires, as I believe Dylan Jones is going to come into the pits here.
Okay. On a 28 lap stint. Dylan Jones.
This is a very early short pit. This short pit right here will put you almost 8 laps there. Short.
You're going to be short. You're still going to have to pit.
Yeah, you'll be 8 laps short here.
I mean, I don't understand the strategy call here. Wait. No, he's done.
He leaves.
He's
gone. If I say he would have pitted here, he's 8 to 10 laps short for pitting right there.
He gone. Sorry.
There's a battle for third heating up. It's Sumter and Conklin who for the 7. Oh man. The sevens had to fight back. The sevens had to fight back quite a bit here from a lot of misfortune when it comes to the cautions falling out, getting trapped in the back, having to come back through the field. If a caution came out, that's a driver that you need to circle that does have the speed, had it in the daytime, starting to find it in the nighttime. I think he's got it. Yeah.
He was fighting back, and he kind of messed up the second part of the dog leg. Conklin on 9-lap fresher tires, then Jeremy Sumter in the 24 machine. That purple, what was the character from McDonald's? Looks like that purple thing. No one talking about?
McBurger?
No, McDonald's.
The Hamburglar?
No.
I'm not a McDonald's guy. I'm a Wendy's guy.
Grimace.
Grimace. Okay. Well, I'm just a fan of Wendy's. Color.
Man, you are tired. I can tell.
No. Wendy's is, one of the official partners and the sponsor of the Biggie Bag 500 at Talladega this year.
Brandon Heimel is getting stalked right now by the leader, Chris Hill. That's Matthew Presley and Joey Grimace Dillon. Joey says in the chat, "Thank you. I'm not one with my McDonald's mascots." There are 4 cars within 2 seconds of each other for position number 10. And Scott Healy just got around Bruno Mello for that position. We're still watching that battle between the 24 and the 7. I think it's over, though. At this point, I don't think the 24 has anything for the 7, just based on that length of tire wear. 66 laps to go for all of these drivers. they will have one more stop before they can say that their strategy is complete. And if any cautions come after that, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it says for the people that are just tuning in, you're catching the 12:25 Eastern Standard Time that worked 13 hours yesterday, 13 hours today, and have called back-to-back races last night until 11:30 for the Road to Pro race, and then tonight up until 1 a.m. We need a caution if we're going to get and seriously.
You're not wrong. If we are to see a battle for the lead happen here, it would need to be there would need to be a caution, right? It's like an 8+ second difference. Well, it's now down a little bit with Roman.
Well,
and
he's
Hill.
he's catching lap traffic a little bit here, but I don't normally talk about people in my direct messages, but I will say this, and this isn't a plug for any setup shop. Please don't think I am. Nicholas Vrooman, according to Ryko, is on the set they sell on the website. So a lot of the people who are trying to race the Coke 600 are trying to race at Charlotte this weekend. You have opportunities. You see how fast Nicholas Vrooman is. Obviously, they have a set that pulls it. Altus for Christopher Hill, who had a very good truck, had a very good truck race yesterday for Road to Pro. And a lot of these drivers representing EPI, McConey, Team Watson's represented out here as well. Some of the newer setup shops that are in the market, putting on a show. And it's a testament to the builders. It's a testament to all the people who do this that make this huge. If you're Nicholas Vrooman, you need a caution.
Yeah, this is getting uncomfortable to see right here for the 3 because Ashalom has fought back as we see the 34 go around Will Height. Tire differences obviously massive. Brad Newman has caught up to Ashalom. Battle for 6 raging right now between the 3, the 13, and the 9. Like Terry said, if you're just tuning in here, we are 61 laps away from completing the annual iRacing special event, the Coca-Cola 600. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of strategy has played out, a lot of great battling on track. It's pretty much given you everything you could want, unless you're a big Wreckfest kind of fan, because that has not been the case. There have been a few wrecks, but most of them have been single car or 2 car, and everything's been mostly fine. So, would love to know, by the way, as we currently have 58 watching right now, anyone planning to go or try to go to the races? Anybody in Charlotte? Anyone in the area trying to go to Charlotte Motor Speedway to watch the rainfall, of course, but the 9 just sent it in there against the 3.
Hey, something interesting that pulled up in the chat right there. They think that somebody potentially wouldn't be surprised if somebody cooks it in the pit lane. This final money stop here
is so important.
It's very important if you hit it. Lamperti pitted. That was no shock. He was 62 laps on that set of tires. He was going to come down to pit and be the first one. Vrooman's 8 seconds. He got caught in lap traffic with Matt White, and that cost him. He lost 2 seconds based off of that. That time delta came down quick. So, short run speed, we give it to Vrooman. Long run speed, we give it to Hill. Head to head for 40 laps. If that happens, it's even. It's who's the best driver. If you're placing your chips on the table of who the best driver is, don't go off for iRating. Overall base skill that you see. Because their iRating is only separated by less than 1,000, or I'm sorry, a little bit more than 1,000. It's 6308 to 7395. Don't base it off the 2 and the 5. Base it off of, if you've watched Christopher Hill and you've watched Nicholas Vrooman, you know that that's 2 of the best racers on this service.
Something, not to cut you off, Terry, but something we have seen over the last dozen or so laps is that cars that are now going a lap down to Chris Hill are starting to fight. They are not happy that they're going a lap down, and there's a lot of cars coming up that will be fighting with Chris Hill. He's in a danger zone right now where he could. He doesn't want to get involved in anything. He certainly doesn't want to cause any caution. Chris Hill literally asking Matt White, who's on much fresher tires, do you want the bottom or the top? Like, Hill knows his position right now. He is on a stint with 45 lap old tires. The question is, when Vroman comes in at around 5 or 4 laps time, because he has to, does Hill match him? Or does he get trapped behind and lose time with 10 extra laps than Vroman even had on old tires? I don't know what I think Hill's going in 5 laps or so.
Undercut it doesn't matter. 10 seconds undercut doesn't matter. You would need Hill to stay on this racetrack as Vroman comes in. This was expected. This was where we kind of boxed him in at the 350-ish mark. We put him 56 laps on the tires. An undercut even more would have been a possibility to have something different to make that final adjustment, potentially to do it, right? The stupid part is, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word, but if you're a lap down car, you need to race the leader of the race the same way you raced one. Don't move and don't treat this person different than you treat this person. So you cost Vroman a lot of time. You cost him almost 5, 6, 7 laps worth of time to Christopher Hill because you held him up and then you hit him. Treat Hill the same way. Give the equal treatment if you're not going to move for the race leader. Like, beat the Ryan Newman if you're the Ryan Newman. Don't, pick and choose which one you're going to move out of the way for. So, we saw the pit stop. We know that 350, 355, we'll start to see more of the race leaders come in. If you're one of the drivers that had no chance of winning this race, what you need to do is you need to pray for the caution and go for the overcut.
Look at this pass
right here. Go for the overcut.
Look at this pass right here. Bruno Mello going underneath Jonathan Ashalem and comes right back up top, cuts the air off, and gets a decent entry into 3 and 4. Around half off at the apex. Never got closer than a quarter lane off the apron there as we see them go to another lap. This is these are the last cars on the lead lap. 8 cars on the lead lap. I was gonna say something happened to Vroman. That he went into the pits. That's what happened. Conklin is currently 14.5 seconds off. A lot of drivers are going into the pits. So Johnny Avila, goes into the pits. He gets in cleanly. Chris Wilhite going into the pits. He got in cleanly as well. Healy and Mello fighting on track, not purely, but for position number 4. And Healy's going to have to try and fight back. They've been just swapping spots like crazy. I think that signal was that Mello's going into the pits, maybe going down all the way to the bottom there, or just trying to snake it around. Oh, he's going into the pits. The 35 almost hit it. Oh, boy, and he's going to almost get hit on top.
Oh, that got scary real quick. And so I agree with Ted out in the chat. If you're Hill, go long. Go long.
I see that. What Ted said.
Go long. Out. We talked about the fall off.
But then if you go 4 tires, it doesn't matter. You should still go full fuel.
Yeah, but look at this replay here with Bruno Mello.
Scary.
He signaled at some point, then he just slowed up, and then he just locked it in.
Man, that could have been.
Here comes Hill. Hill's coming in, lap 353, coming to 354. We'll see if Sean pits as well.
Now, if a caution, manifesting it, right? If a caution comes out right now, we currently see that there's about to be just 4 cars on the lead lap, unless
6.
Well, now there's 6. Oh man, this could be very interesting. Hill has such a big advantage that he's not gonna fall. I don't think a lap down to Conklin. Conklin is just entering the first part of the dog leg. Hill is coming up to speed outside of turn 2. Now he blends into the track. Conklin still around 1 and 2, so he's not going to catch up to him. So here's the amazing thing of what Hill has been able to do here. He stays on the lead lap even if a caution comes out. Not really a big deal to him. He's not trapped a lap down at all. He just isn't. The difference, by the way, between both Vroman and Hill, it didn't really come down. It came down, just still 6 seconds is the difference here. That is a pretty lengthy amount, especially with Vroman having tires that are 10 laps older at this point. I mean, this is Hill's race to lose if it stays green. If it stays green, and if Hill doesn't make mistakes, and so far, he's been perfect.
Well.
Uh-oh.
This could get interesting.
What?
Because if you look at the two that are sitting second and third, Newman and Himmel, they got a while. They got a while to go.
They do.
They can
but a
go
yellow still has to come out.
Correct. I mean, they've got all the way till laps 65-ish before they have to pit. That's about 15 laps. Run it till it's dry, and
yep.
If it happens, it happens. I mean, you got a lot of drivers that are attempting to fight to get back on the lead lap, or fighting to stay on the lead lap, fighting the fresh tires, a little older tires.
And do you think it's possible that we're only going to have 3 cars finish on the lead lap?
I mean, anything's possible. I mean,
I think it's more than possible. Well, I think it's more than possible because it's green flag run. If it happens till the end of this race, then we've seen the short pit from Hill, but we've also seen a long stints right now from Newman, from Conklin, from Heimel, and they're currently doing long stints because they're hoping a caution comes out in the next 10 laps. If it doesn't happen, then they're definitely going laps down. And you'd get Conklin going a lap down. You get Newman going a lap down. Well, Conklin might stay on the lead lap, but you'd have Newman going a lap down. You'll have Heimel going a lap down. You'll have McKissick going a lap down.
Here comes Conklin now.
Conklin might stay. He might stay on the lead lap. He probably will stay on the lead lap. I think he's going to be the last car on the lead lap by the time this race is over, if it's green flag the rest of the way.
Well, I think if you look at McKissick in the 10 and 6th place, he needs a caution, and he needs it now, because his pit cycle, if he wanted to stay to lap 60, he's got 8 laps to go before he gets a chance to win this race. But, I mean, Havoc out in the chat said pick Newman to win this one. If Newman's going to win this race, the caution needs to fly in 8 laps. Whether that happens now, it could. I mean, it's really possible if we get it. It's just a matter if we get it, and Conklin almost brought it out. That was almost caution.
The only way that we get it, or the best way, not the only way, but the best way that we would get a caution is with this battle that is ongoing with the 13, the 23, and the 27 for position 9. And coming up to meet them is the Charlotte Party. This is a good battle for position. This is a really good battle for position. It's the only 3-car battle now, potentially 4-car battle. I think Lamperti is a few laps older tires, so I don't think he has much in the tank unless they really get to fighting each other. But this is going to get intense. I mean, this is for a top 10. 2 positions for a top 10 in this race. And, mind you, I think the lucky dog spot too. Right now. I mean, it's not going to stay that way because Newman is right behind Wilhite, but he's not going to catch up to him unless, he is so much faster. At least I don't think he'll catch up to him. But this is kind of a battle for the Lucky Dog, too. Top 10 and the Lucky Dog.
And we could kick it back to Richmond a long time ago with the arm gate. You know, my arm's itching.
Okay. I see you looking at that YouTube live chat.
Of course. Maybe somebody wants to scratch it. They got a booger they need to pick, or...
I'm liking this. I'm liking this strategy. But I wouldn't be shocked if someone just tries to induce some sort of caution. As Newman is getting past, and these cars are not fighting for the Lucky Dog spot anymore. Back in the lead lap for now. I mean, here's the thing. This group of drivers, well, they might stay on the lead lap for the rest of this race. We don't exactly know yet. Like, Heimel still has to pit. Newman still has to pit. McKissick still has to pit. McKissick is pitting now. And I think those cars will fall off the lead lap, which, okay, might leave 6. Right now, 11 are currently showing in the lead lap. But that'll change as the run goes on. You know what's going to happen, probably? 33 laps and we're going to get caution. Just to set up a two-lap dash. You know it's going to happen.
I hope it doesn't. I think that would kill the race that we've had. The last thing that I ever want to be a part of is a race that turns into a meme. Like,
hey, it's racing now.
I know.
You were just talking about an itchy arm, buddy.
Yeah, but that's not going to turn it into one. Like, because if you have to caution with 30 laps to go, you set up an authentic dash between Hill, Vrooman, the two fastest drivers here this afternoon. Like, we give the fans what they want, a heads-up shootout with the two drivers who have been the fastest drivers so far. Not because Vrooman got held up by another driver and ruined his strategy, or this person there did this or that. It would go up to who had the better run car and who could do what with it. So I don't want to see it become a wreck fest, but I would like to see us bring it together. I'm not discrediting Christopher Hill's win at all. If he wins this race, I will not discredit it. He went out and kicked butt, and he's done a great job. That entire team has done everything from start to finish. He's been there in the mix from yesterday to today. He knows what Charlotte, he knows what it takes to win here. But I would still like to see the two have a chance to go up there and fight it. But it didn't play out that way. It's racing. And we can go right to the end. Okay,
so on that topic, good comment from Matthew in the chat saying that Vrooman is holding steady with Hill around 6 seconds back. Still not enough. Now, Newman is starting lap 63 on the step. I mean, he's got to be coming in any lap now. I mean, he has to. And Hill's also 2.5 seconds back at the last time of passing the start-finish line. After 2 corners, he just kicked down 6/10. I mean, Newman needs it this lap or never to have a... I mean, he needs it because he's about to go into the pits and lose at least 1 lap. Or, if you're Newman, you just completely tank your potential finish and say, hey, I just want to try and have a chance to win this race. And just coast as long as you can. And I think that's what he might be doing, because on lap 64, this green flag stint longer than we ever thought was possible, but he isn't really using as much, he's not really coming off the gas, is he? He was just reached 180 something on the last time down the back straight. You see this is happening right now. Hill is about to pass Newman. Newman blocked a little bit. Okay, hey, listen. Run your line. You were the leader. Just on 46 lap older tires. Okay, so now Newman's in behind. Does Newman pit? I don't see why he should. I think he runs it as long as he possibly can, because he knows he tanked his race in the hope for a caution. 100%. That's all that matters now. If there is a caution, Matt White is going into the pits, and I think we're gonna. I mean, Hill's back in the lead, and Vroman has fallen back again, 7.1 seconds off. This is Hill's race. This is a good old-fashioned can of whoop that he's put on. Love to see it. Love to see it, though.
Yeah, I mean, when you circle the body of work, you look at the comeback stories too. 6 car.
Great job from him.
What a great comeback. What a comeback on his part to be able to set yourself up. You were a caution. You were the last caution. Like, as crazy as that seems,
that is wild.
100-something laps ago, that was our caution. Like,
Newman's
that
coming in,
car. Yeah, so yeah, Newman's pitting. So, but that was our caution flag. Him in the 4. That's what triggered it, and that's what threw this into a whirlwind of you could undercut, overcut, and then made the strategy a little bit not complicated, but complicated in its own right of, you know, which strategy was going to win. But he's up to 3rd now, has a potential at a top 3 finish, and a car that we thought was destroyed when it hit the wall, and it's not. Chris Woolhite, I mean, he had issues, and here he is. Sumter, we expected the top 2, right? I think we agreed to that. We expected the top 2. We didn't expect the rest of the field to fill themselves out in the top 10. Though. Scott Healy, we thought would be a little bit higher. Our pole sitter, we didn't expect the 13. He was a part of a caution at one point in time. It's just a lot of good stories up front.
So we have got 23 laps to go, and Hill is getting back on the horse. Currently 11 cars on the lead lap. That is going to change very quickly as Latourell and Purdy has 37 lap old tires. Hill has 24 lap old tires, 13 lap tire difference. Hill is probably going to put him a lap down, which would bring it to just the top 10 on the lead lap. Is this a battle for position? It is. Will Height, Sumter, the 24 car getting past, the 3 sliding up a little bit, the 7 right in behind. Could this be the spot of a potential problem for the leaders in this race? Well, I should say the one leader that doesn't. There's only one guy that doesn't want to see caution, let's be honest. His name's Christopher Matthew Hill.
Well, an interesting point. I love when people DM me and tell me facts. It's NIS top split winner, Chris Woolhite, Thursday. So got experience in winning and top split. So what would a caution do for him as Conklin, obviously fresher tires, is going to drive underneath and go for it. But
almost lost it.
If we got, you know, that caution flag that most of these drivers, other than Hill, is looking for, that would be somebody we definitely look at here. Didn't have the luck in this race, but had the luck throughout the week. We're only scheduled 10 more minutes, so we're almost done.
Wow. Now, is that 10 minutes in that the session will be up?
No, it's ATVO gives you the estimated time of when we would be completed. It has been on point. 1 o'clock in the morning was where it took us, and 1 o'clock in the morning is right where Eastern Standard Time. 9:30 is what it's showing us left.
Let's talk potential strategy. Under green flag conditions, no one's going into the pits anymore.
No,
unless you have
done.
damage. We're done.
Yeah,
if a yellow came out now,
everybody's pitting.
Except for cars a lap down.
Correct.
There you go. There's a strategy. Terry, that was the smoothest, the most agreeable we've been with each other all night, and it only took us to lap 383.
Yeah, if you're Lamperti, if you're Wilson, Newman, McKissick, you're the only people that are staying out. Like you're the only ones taking the wave around, and then you pray for the caution to come back in. Then you come take tires, but you hope the caution comes out now, and that's where you'll figure it out, and we'll end up running out 15 cars on the lead lap. But this is a far stretch. Everybody's so spread out. And if you go up and down the leaderboard here, it's just a spread out mixture of people, and they're all given more room than they should. At this moment, they're just not gonna. They're gonna put the fight up.
I think there's another thing to be said for it being an official race instead of a league race, where safety rating does come into play and iRating does come into play, that they're being a little bit more cautious because they want it to be as high as possible. They want to have as much safety rating positive changes as possible. As the 30 gets right on the 3. Yikes. 11 laps down. This is a conglomerate.
Racing as hard as possible.
Oh, the 10 wanted to go down below. This is going to be a sandwich and accordion effect we might see. This would be the scary area. If you are Chris Hill, who's currently in the middle of the backstretch, and he can't see anything going on in front of him here, and honestly, he'd probably not want to see this happening in front of him. Would you?
No, I don't want to see any of this around me. Because I mean, it's not for position. It's not for position for McKissick. It's not for position for Jose Acosta. It's literally just, let me get around you. You know, let me go. I mean, for McKissick to even catch Lamparty to get his lap back, or to get the first car one lap down, Newman is in a better position to get that than him at this moment on fresher tires.
Oh, we saw a little bit of a wiggle right there. The closest on-track battle that is right here, is the 6 and the 24 and the 3, I should say. We also have an on-track battle between Bruno Mello and Jonathan Shalem for 7. So there are some on-track battles. Battle for position number 5, a battle for position 7. It looks like we're going to have a battle for position number 3, too. So, things on the line here. Podium spot, a top 5 spot, and just bragging rights to be in 7th.
I mean, all in all, this has been a really good race.
It's been awesome.
I mean, you
couldn't ask for much more.
No, and it's truly it's an honor and a privilege to get to call these races, and then to see the talent that's in here. And a lot of these drivers, you know, were around far beyond me, and some of these drivers are just now making an attempt at Road to Pro, and they're the future stars of the Coke Series. They're the future stars for the iRacing community to look up to and ask questions, and future leaders in their setup shops. It's just it's good to see it. You know, we're in this portion where everything's settled. We're starting to see drivers make their last minute passes for position. But being a part of iRacing and being a part of RaceSpot, being a part of the organizations that's around, it's definitely fun to watch a race come down to this, where Sumner's still trying to make a pass. We're 391 laps into the race, and he's just driving just as hard as he was on lap 10.
Just shy of 600 miles in the Coca-Cola 600, the iRacing special event. You're right, Terry. It is a privilege to be a part of this. It's the first special event on an oval that I've been a part of since joining RaceSpotTV just I guess, wow, in 2020, in the midst of that wonderful year, and called some endurance races, called some 6-hour stints, and they're always fun. I feel at home, though, when it comes to oval racing. Got a good battle on track right here. Of course, we've been watching it for a bit. Sumter and Will Hite. Sumter on 5-lap older tires. He may have saved it better than the 3, or the 3 he's just kind of toying with him right now. But the 3 does wash up a little bit as we're on lap 393 of 400. And here's a run down the outside. No, shuts the door. Still stays in tow. 24 disturbed by that dirty air by the 3 as they exit turn 2. I'm still... You are not comfortable if you are Chris Hill until you see that white flag. Because the white flag comes out, it's all up to you. It's simply whether or not you make a mistake. And you want to have that be in your hands, right? Like you don't want to be the one worrying about other people, like the 24 and the 3 who are kind of side by side and a little bit pinchy, but they give each other a lot of room. You could have fit another car in between them.
Yeah, and if you're the 3 right here of Chris Wilhite, you're not necessarily hanging on for dear life. You're faster than Sumter at some points. I mean, they're kind of trading lap times with each other. Every lap is different. So you got a 31.510 to a 35.522. So it's not like the 24 is beating him down with speed. He's just hounding him because they're even.
You know, it's a wonderful thing with such high I-rated drivers, if you want to call it I-rated. For the most part, they know when to fight, when to battle, when to race their own race. I mean...
So they know how to live by Kenny Rogers' rule of thumb.
Knowing
when to hold them, knowing when to fold them, and knowing when to walk away when the day's done.
Yes. When the day is done, you better count your money. Keep it going.
Oh, my wife would kill me if I woke her up singing. Pregnant, remember?
Oh, that's true. Chris Hill is about to get the 3-to-go signal. In front of him is a battle between for the
free pass. If we get a caution.
Oh, right there. Hey, you want to cause a caution? Sure, I'll cause a caution. How about you cause it first? Remember, it's not really much of a battle because Newman's got the freshest tires. 15-lap old tires. There is a battle going on in front of Hill, though, for the last 2 cars on the lead lap. O'Shalem and Mello. Mello currently winning that battle. Right now, 8 cars on the lead lap. We're coming to 2 laps to go. 597 miles have been completed. Last lap that we could potentially have a caution, as Heimel wants to say, and Avila says no thank you. And I'll tell you who's saying no thank you. It is Chris Hill, who has been dominant. This has been a wonderful performance from the driver of the number 5 machine. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Hill just needs to negotiate 4 corners as Newman makes a little scary of a pass underneath the 5 of Christopher Matthew Hill. We have run just around 3 hours, 47 minutes of a race here, and Hill has been dominant. Very seldom have we thought his position as the potential winner of this race was in doubt. He's going to cross the start-finish line. Chris Hill wins the Coke 600. Well done.
It's a really good run for Chris Hill, and it led a ton of the laps here. It had a lead of 15 seconds. Was what it ended at there. The strategy came together.
We might have a photo finish almost between Sumter and Wilhite. Wilhite had nothing Sumter had nothing as Wilhite crosses the line in front of him. Top 8. Top 9. Brad Newman unlapped himself. That's right. 9 drivers finish on the lead lap. The fireworks up in the night sky. We are at 10:06 in sim time. And I would say that Chris Hill has every right to burn it down as long as he wants to. 38 laps, his final stint. A 12.457, well, actually, I should say 16.207 gap back to Vroman. How about you, Terry? But that was a can of whoop.
I think next year I'm gonna run the 600.
Top split?
I don't see why not.
The only person that's stopping you is yourself, my friend.
That's right.
Let's look at the results. Yes, let's go over the running order. Chris Hill wins the race in that Toyota. Nick Vroman in behind in the Ford, and Johnny Avila rounds out the podium in the Chevrolet. How about that for 3 manufacturers, 3 top positions? And it continues as we go through the first 9. We have 3 of each. Sean Conklin, the 14-year-old, one of those drivers you can look at as the future of something in NASCAR. Chris Wilhite, Jeremy Stumper, Bruno Mello, Jonathan Ashalem, and Brad Newman are your top 9 and the finishers on the lead lap. Scott Healy, the first driver a lap down, and he starts a row of 5 Chevrolets. Terry.
You got Rob Carl back there in 11th, Loretto Lamperti in 12th, Alan Wilson 13th, Brandon McKissick 1 lap down in 14th. Brendan Heimel is 1 lap down in 15th, 2 laps down. Paul Bergoli, Ty McWhirter, Matt White, Jake Hickson, and Austin Fitzgerald back at 20th.
And as we keep it going, 2 laps down, Adrian Watson, 3 laps down, John Whitendorf, Josh Watson, who we really thought had a chance at some point in the race, Matt Hollibach, 3 laps down. Then you really start to get into the nitty gritty of the lineup. David Grantham, 8 laps down, Jose Acosta, 11 laps down, Dylan C. Jones. Oh man, you fulfilled the Dylan quota, but you didn't make the Dylans proud. 73 laps down. Just pulled it off. Edward Scher, 113 laps down. Clayton Hoffman, 164 laps down. Ty Apolito, the New Jersey driver, 235 down. Or I shouldn't say 235 down, but Kyle Perry, 31st. Tanner Love, Tony Ball, Lloyd Hogan, who we really thought had a shot, just like Paul Kovic. And Spencer Burns, the first driver out of this race. Fastest lap at 29.870 by Brad Newman on fresh tires with not much fuel in the tank on lap 381. Track was cool, and it was in perfect condition. Terry, what a joy. That was fun.
Absolutely fun. I tell you, we'll wrap it up quick because all of us have to be awake very, very soon. This was fun. Next year, if I'm not running it, I hope I'm back for 3 years in a row.
That was much fun. Look what's coming up next. The iRacing Watkins Glen, 6 hours at the Glen. That's June 17th. And that's going to be at 12:30 p.m. GMT. Man, that's going to be a fun one. 6 hours there. We just had under 4 hours here for a 600-mile race. Can you imagine going 600 miles in 3 hours and 45 minutes? That's what we've done. The winner, of course, is Chris Hill. I've been Dylan Coyle, joined alongside the always fun to chat with Terry Radford. That's pretty much so long from us, from RaceSpotTV. This was the iRacing special event of the Coca-Cola 600. For now, I wish you good night and good racing.